With a warm round of applause, please welcome our guest of honor, Shri S.T. Abbas, Senior DDG and Head TEC DOT Government of India and CMD TCIL. Welcome, sir. We welcome our guest of honor, Shri N.K. Bholaji, Wireless Advisor, WPC, Department of Telecommunications, Government of India. We welcome you, sir. We welcome our guest of honor, Dr. Revati Mannepalli, Joint Wireless Advisor, DOT, Government of India, and India's candidate for Director, BR ITU. Welcome, ma'am. We welcome Professor N.K. Goel, President, CMAI, Chairman, TIMA, and Vice Chairman, IAFI. Welcome, sir. I once would like to extend my deepest gratitude to our eminent dignitaries for taking out the time to be with us today and gracing the conference. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, light is a symbol of brightness and prosperity. As sunlight expels darkness of might, similarly, blessings bring in our life prosperity and happiness. To make this day blessed, one invoke Goddess Saraswati by kindling the lamp of knowledge and wisdom. For seeking the choicest blessings for the same, may I invite our honorable chief guest with all our guests of honor to kindly come forward to kindle the lamp. Can we join our hands together as we welcome them for lamp lighting? Ladies and gentlemen, it's a wonderful moment to witness our eminent dignitaries igniting the lamp together. Take the conference forward. Thank you very much. I request everyone to please take the seats as we take the inaugural session further. Thank you again. Ladies and gentlemen, let's begin with the inaugural session, and let me have a privilege of inviting Shri Bharat Bhatia, President IAFI India, to kindly address the August gathering and for his introductory presentation. Mr. Bhatia has over 45 years of experience in telecom and ICT policy, regulations, and spectrum management. He was earlier heading the international spectrum team of Motorola Solutions, Inc., where he worked for over 20 years. Prior to that, he was the senior regulator with the Indian government for 22 years. He was actively involved in opening of the Indian telecom to the private sector, including licensing of first ever GSM Metro Cellular in India through a beauty contest in 1992. He was the key originator of ITU World Radio Conference resolutions on PDR and were adopted at WRC 2003 and WRC 2015. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Mr. Bhatia. Sir.
Thank you very much. And good morning and namaskar to everybody. Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Rituranjan Mitterji, Member TRAI. Honorable Guest of Honor, Shri Anand Khareji, Director General Telecom. Honorable Guest of Honor, Shri S.T. Abbas, Senior DDG and Head of Telecom Engineering Center. Honorable Guest of Honor, Shri N.K. Bholaji, Wireless Advisor to the Government of India. Honorable Guest of Honor, Dr. Revati Manapalli, Joint Wireless Advisor and India's candidate for the post of Director of ITU Radio Communication Bureau. Distinguished speakers, delegates, representatives from the government, industry, academia, and international organizations, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to all of you. On behalf of ITU-APT Foundation of India, it's my privilege to welcome you to our World Wi-Fi Day celebrations and this important conference on unlocking the full potential of 6 GHz Wi-Fi in India, policy, power, and possibilities. We are deeply honored by the presence of our chief guest, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, and all the important participants. By their leadership, guidance that continue to shape India's communication and digital connectivity landscape. As many of you know, ITU-APT Foundation of India, in short IAFI, was established 24 years ago with a simple but very important mission to provide a platform for industry, government, academia, and other stakeholders to participate in and contribute to the work of international organizations such as ITU and the APT. Today, IAFI is recognized by the ITU as an international organization, as a sector member of ITU-R, ITU-T, and ITU-D, and actively contributes to the discussions on spectrum standards, satellite communications, mobile technologies, Wi-Fi, and other emerging digital technologies. IAFI's name is well recognized and respected in all global telecom meetings around the world. Now let me quickly turn to today's event. Wi-Fi has become one of the most successful and widely adopted technologies in the world. Every day, billions and billions of people rely on Wi-Fi for work, education, healthcare, entertainment, and business. In India too, Wi-Fi has become an essential component of our digital infrastructure, complementing the mobile broadband networks and helping connect homes, enterprises, educational institutions, and public spaces. The opening of the lower 6 GHz band for low-power indoor Wi-Fi in India marks an important milestone. However, that is just the beginning of this journey. That's just a start where India can take leadership role in these emerging technologies. There are still important policy questions that remain. How should India approach outdoor Wi-Fi? How can India benefit from global experience while addressing its own unique requirements? These are questions that will influence the India's broadband future, digital competitiveness, innovation ecosystems, and readiness for next generation of wireless technologies. That's why we have today brought together an outstanding group of policymakers, regulators, industry leaders, technology experts, and international specialists to discuss these issues openly and constructively. Throughout the day, we will explore the regulatory roadmap for 6 GHz Wi-Fi, examine coexistence and sharing frameworks, discuss global best practices, and consider the role of Wi-Fi in India's broader 5G and future 6G ecosystem. We are particularly grateful to the Department of Telecommunications, CDOT, our distinguished speakers, sporting associations, and our industry partners, Qualcomm, Meta, and Tata Communications, for their support in making this event possible. I'm confident that today's discussion will generate valuable insights and practical recommendations that will contribute meaningful to the India's evolving spectrum and connectivity policies. Once again, I extend my heartfelt welcome to all our distinguished guests and participants, and thank you for joining us. I wish you all a productive and engaging day ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for addressing the gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, moving further, I would like to take a privilege of inviting on stage Dr. Revati Manepalli, Joint Wireless Advisor, DOT, Government of India, and India's candidate for Director, BRITU, to address the gathering. Dr. Manipali joined the Wireless Planning and Coordination Wing of DOT as Group A officer in 1996 through Indian Engineering Services exam as an IRRS officer. She's a recognized frequency expert for the Asia Pacific region, represented India in the Frequency Working Party of International Telecommunications Satellite Organization, headquartered at Washington, USA. She assisted Department of Space as spectrum regulatory expert in dealing international arbitration cases at the International Court of Justice, The Hague. She contributed and attended various meetings on spectrum management of ITU and APT regional level. We welcome Dr. Manepalli with a warm round of applause. Come on, everyone, join your hands together. Welcome, ma'am.
Thanks for that. Respected Chief Guest, Mittar Saab, and DGT, Kare Saab, and all other distinguished dignitaries on the dais. And my dear friends, colleagues, and industry experts, and the media, very good morning and warm welcome to this one-day event celebrating International World Wi-Fi Day. Let me start with Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi, when the Wi-Fi journey started in India. So Wi-Fi, you need a spectrum in the delicensed band so that people can use for the Wi-Fi. This journey in India started somewhere in 2005. First, we have delicensed for limited power and limited applications in 2.4 gigahertz band. That time it was dedicated that band of 83 megahertz. And it went on. It's a common public good. And we all experienced, everyone is experiencing the benefit of this Wi-Fi. Then in 2018 is the major milestone. We have come up with a lot of delicensing in not only 2.4 and 5.8 gigahertz band. It's a major chunk around 600 megahertz. We have given in a different, it is not a contiguous band with the different blocks. We have delicensed for both indoor and outdoor. Otherwise, it was indoor. We made it. It's with that, I think around 700 megahertz, we have delicensed for the Wi-Fi. Then again, there was a push started for 6 gigahertz delicensing. Somewhere it started in 2021 onwards. The traction built up, and there were different challenging situations for the spectrum manager and the policymakers in the government. Because once we say delicensing, that means you are unregulating certain portion of the spectrum for limited, with the limited technical parameters. It is an irreversible action because it's a mass deployment. If you want to change that policy, it's difficult. It is not possible because people are using it. Whereas in the licensing of the spectrum, though it is to a certain extent irreversible action, but still you can reform that because it is a controlled environment. So you have to understand the difficulty in taking a decision of any band delicensing. So that's why government takes little more time to arrive at a decision. You have seen that in the 6 gigahertz. Having said that, see the difference between the 2.4, 5 and 6 gigahertz. 2.4 and 5, they are all dedicated bands, the delicensing, because we have not given any licensing applications unless someone asks for it. Whereas 6 gigahertz is predominantly satellite band. We have current satellite ubiquitous applications, usages in that. Then you need a spectrum for the IMT as well. As the technologies are progressing, you need a more contiguous spectrum. Same is the situation for IMT, same is the case for the Wi-Fi. Of course, the other opponents always argue that IMT is having sufficient spectrum, why you want to go for more? Similarly, Wi-Fi is having sufficient amount of spectrum, why you are delicensing some more spectrum? But both the arguments technically are incorrect, because as the technology goes more, you need a contiguous bandwidth of, at least for the Wi-Fi 7, 6E, 7, 7E and all, you need a contiguous bandwidth of 320 megahertz, which is not available in the existing 2.4 and 5.8. So they need spectrum. Similarly, when come to IMT, if you go to 6G, 5G advanced, you need a contiguous spectrum at least 300 megahertz, which is not available now. So this mid-band 6 gigahertz is very, very, very important for both. So government has taken a conscious decision that upper 6 gigahertz band will be reformed for the IMT, lower 6 gigahertz band can coexist with the existing applications. Hence, we put certain limitations on the power because we have to protect the existing satellites. Though industry is not very happy with that power limits, the government has gone with the technical analysis. The best government can do has done it. So, and you have seen the January, we have come with the notification, and we have seen a lot of ETAs are coming. People are started using that in this particular band. And I hope today's meeting will discuss further on this, what you need from the government, taking this in the back of the mind so that we can constructively utilize this band for the benefit of India and benefit of the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your warm words of wisdom. I would now like to take the opportunity of inviting Shri N.K. Bhola, Wireless Advisor WPC DOT Government of India, to kindly deliver his speech. Shri Bhola brings over 30 years of proven expertise in spectrum management and monitoring within the Wireless Planning and Coordination Wing and the Wireless Monitoring Organization. He oversees spectrum monitoring across India via a comprehensive network, 1 international satellite monitoring Earth station, 5 international monitoring stations, and 22 wireless monitoring stations. He has also been instrumental in formulating technical specifications for monitoring systems up to 80 gigahertz, ensuring full range frequency band monitoring, including 5G, E, and V bands. We welcome with a warm hand Shri N.K. Bhola ji. Sir.
Good morning, all. Respected member tribe, Mr. Mittal, Mr. Anand Khare, DG Telecom, Mr. Abbas from TEC, my colleague, Revati, ma'am, who is contesting for post of director BR. In coming months, the month of November, and Bhatia ji, distinguished guest, respected colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. And I am delighted here today for this workshop on 6 gigahertz Wi-Fi. The theme of today's event is unlocking the full potential of 6 gigahertz Wi-Fi in India, policy, power, possibilities, which captures the tremendous opportunity before us. The word policies here stands, I think, for what word related to government, because generally government makes the policies. And power, it is used in 2 terms. I think first term I will not specify. Another power is like we define power in certain notification issued from time to time, that generally in dBm or whatever. But first kind of power I will not tell, we define here. And the possibilities, like what are the possibilities after that? Like I came to know from just Madam Revati told that what are the possibilities once we have issued delicense the band or whatever we've done, then what are the other possibilities? Like what can be for the outdoor deployment, whether we can increase the power or not, what we have for outdoor or indoor. That's, I think, 30 dBm, 40 dBm. So what we have seen over the last decade, that wireless technology become a true engine of growth, enabling innovation, power governance, and opening doors for entrepreneurs across the country. In that journey, the 6 GHz band is an important new chapter. India has already taken a first meaningful step by permitting low power indoor use in the lower 6 GHz band. This has aligned us with the global trends and opened the door to next generation Wi-Fi, which 7, 7. One of the most recent developments, as you all know, what? Okay. India's wireless ecosystem has been the decision of DOT to de-license the lower 6 gigaband 5925 to 6425. The upper band for low power and very low power wireless access system. The upper band is for from 6425 to 7125. This decision reflects the government's commitment to promoting innovation, improving broadband connectivity, and enabling next generation wireless technologies. The de-licensing of the lower 6 GHz band also paves the way for widespread adoption of Wi-Fi 6E and Wi-Fi 7, the latest generation Wi-Fi technologies, which require basically higher bandwidth, up to 320 megahertz. Now the question is, how do we ensure coexistence with the incumbent services and future about coexistence with 5G and 6G in the upper 6 GHz bands? These are the basically questions, technical questions, which is left. Basically, they will shape how well India can expand broadband access, support innovation, build smart infrastructure, and strengthen enterprise connectivity for years to come. As we think through these issues, the approach must be balanced and evidence-based. We must encourage innovation, and we should also learn from what other countries have done while designing solutions that fit our own spectrum environment, our market conditions, and our digital ambitions. I am particularly pleased that today's workshop goes beyond opportunities and it will tackle harder practical questions, governance, coexistence mechanism, and framework for sharing adjacent bands. I am confident that today's deliberations will produce insights and recommendations that will genuinely shape India's policy thinking in this space. I wish this workshop, a success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now take an opportunity to invite Shri S.T. Abbas, Senior DDG and Head TEC DOT Government of India and CMD TCIL to kindly address the gathering. Mr. Abbas is responsible for the development of standardization and specifications, mandatory testing and certification, developing technology and R&D, international coordination and management of TEC and regional TECs. He belongs to 1989 batch of Indian Telecom Service Officers and has got more than 35 years of experience in telecom sector. He has worked in various positions in telecom domains, covering telecom projects, telecom operations, capacity building and training division, licensing, regulatory and policy formulation. He was associated with the works related to mobile networks, spectrum and telecom licensing matters, including 5G technologies, M2M communications, IoT, PPDR communications, satellite communications, spectrum for IMT 2020, and mobile number portability. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with a huge round of applause, Mr. S.T. Abbas.
Respected Chief Guest, Shri R.R. Mittal Saab, Member TRAI. Respected Guest of Honor, Shri Anand Khare Saab, DG Telecom. Wireless Advisor, Shri N.K. Bhola Saab. Next, Director DR, ITU, Srimati Revati. My friend Bharat Bhatia and Professor N.K. Goel. Participants, delegates in this event from the industry, from the department and other stakeholders. A very good morning to all of you. It's very pleasant that ITU-APT Foundation has organized this event on the occasion of Wi-Fi Day, which was on 20th June, to deliberate upon the possibilities and potential of the 6 gigahertz Wi-Fi. DOT has taken a very balanced approach in deciding this band for making it unlicensed band, the lower 6 gigahertz part from 5925 to 6425. Its 500 megahertz has been delicensed through a notification in January this year. The upper 6 gigahertz, 700 megahertz band from 6425 to 7125 will be available for IMT. So that will also be useful for 6G technologies. So coming to this Wi-Fi, this is very useful band of 500 megahertz because by using this contiguous spectrum, one can get the higher channel bandwidth of 160 megahertz and 320 megahertz, which is very much required for implementation of Wi-Fi 6 and Wi-Fi 7 technologies. And using these larger channel bandwidth, the Wi-Fi will be able to give higher capacity and higher bandwidth. So by using these bands, actually we are going to get large capacities in the Wi-Fi domain and higher bandwidth also, and low latency. And this will give rise to numerous use cases also, for which these 320 megahertz and 160 megahertz channels are required, like high capacity broadband, 4K, 8K video streaming, then AR, VR based applications, cloud gaming and immersive digital experience, metaverse related use cases, healthcare sector, industry 4.0. So there will be numerous use cases where significantly higher capacities are required and low latency is required. So this delicensing of 500 megahertz is going to support all these use cases. So this is a significant step in the direction of digital transformation in the country and setting up of the digital infrastructure in the country. On the standardization front, TC has earlier issued the standards for devices and equipment operating in 2.4 gigahertz and 5 gigahertz delicensed bands. And TC has taken a timely step to revise those standards after the issue of notification in January. We have taken the initiative to revise it, and yesterday only I have approved the revised ER for equipments operating in 2.4 gigahertz, 5 gigahertz, and 6 gigahertz band also. So this band also has been included in the ER, although the notification will take place in few days and it will be effective from the 90th day of the notification, but the standard has been finalized. And we are going to revise the standard for access point also on the same line. So currently there are 61 OEMs, original equipment manufacturers, which are having TEC certification for such delicensed devices for Wi-Fi. Out of that, 47 are foreign OEMs and 14 are domestic OEMs. So I hope they will also apply and obtain the revised certification to include the 6 gigahertz, lower 6 gigahertz band also in their certification and device processes. So this is a good step in this regard. One more thing which we want to do is that since the spectrum above 6 gigahertz also is going to be used, we have to define the specific absorption rate also, because so far whatever SAR value has been defined 1.6 watt per kg, it is pertaining to spectrum which is up to 6 gigahertz. So above 6 gigahertz also the IC and IRP has already defined the absorbed power density APD. It is not called SAR, it is defined in the terms of APD. From 6 gigahertz to 10 gigahertz, and above 10 gigahertz, it is IPD and APD both, that is absorbed power density and incident power density. So that also TEC has done the studies and given its inputs to DOT, and DOT is examining these things, and soon I think DOT will be able to prescribe the APD parameters for above 6 gigahertz SAR value. So many more discussions are going to happen in the line of sessions today, and I hope this seminar will give the very much on the three terms, that is the policy, power, and possibilities of this 6 gigahertz to unlock the potential in India. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your valuable expertise with all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure that I welcome Shri Anand Khare, Director General Telecom, DOT, Government of India. Mr. Khare has spent over 19 years with BSNL, rising to DE, DGM, and then served as a project manager at DCIL for 5 years, overseeing World Bank-funded projects in Sri Lanka and Zimbabwe. He represented BSNL on EIG Consortium Management Committee. He also served as PGM at BSNL Co. for 7 years. He was additional DG DOT in Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all give a thunder of applause and welcome Shri Khare to deliver his speech. Welcome, sir.
Respected Mr. Saab and all my partners at the podium, distinguished guests, my seniors, Baklu sir, Gupta sir, Goyal sir, Dua Saab, Mishra ji, Rajesh Sinha ji, Madanpuri Saab, and all other colleagues from industry and government, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. I am delighted to join you all here today on the occasion of World Wi-Fi Day 2026. This event, organized by ITU-APT Foundation of India, stands as a testament to the growing recognition of the transformative potential of advanced wireless technologies, particularly Wi-Fi, in our nation's digital landscape. Let me begin by acknowledging the vital role that IAFI plays in the fostering collaboration and knowledge sharing within India's telecom sector. As a regional and international organization recognized by the ITU, IAFI bridges the global telecom community with our domestic industry, ensuring that we remain at the cutting edge of technological advancements and regulatory developments. Ladies and gentlemen, we talk a great deal about a spectrum, about bands and frequencies, about power levels and coordination mechanisms. And rightly so, spectrum is the foundation. But today, I want to start from the other end. I want to start with the people, with what they need, with the services they depend on, and the services they are still waiting for. Because ultimately, Wi-Fi is not a spectrum story, it's a service story. Think about what reliable high-capacity Wi-Fi actually enables. I would like to share two personal experiences that illustrate how Wi-Fi networks are already being used by the public in meaningful ways. First, I recently visited Mannar in Kerala. Many of you may have been there. The tea estates and hilly terrain often make mobile network coverage unreliable, with signals seemingly playing hide and seek. What impressed me was that many street vendors had set up their own Wi-Fi hotspots to receive UPI payments. It was remarkable to see vendors, many with limited digital literacy, leveraging technology so effectively. This was a powerful example of how Wi-Fi can bridge connectivity gaps and enable digital services in underserved areas. Secondly, I recently attended one IPL match. Due to the massive crowd, the mobile network became heavily congested. Something as simple as booking a cab to return home became merely impossible. Eventually, I had to go to the press box and to access Wi-Fi and complete this basic task. It was a clear reminder that even in urban centers, reliable connectivity cannot always be taken for granted. These are not futuristic scenarios. These are happening today. Whatever connectivity is available and reliable, the real question before us is how do we make connectivity reliable and accessible everywhere? If we want to close the quality gap, not just the access gap, we need a Wi-Fi ecosystem that can carry the load. That is where the Wi-Fi spectrum becomes critical. These are bands that surely offers wider channels, lower congestion, and significantly better throughput. Advanced Wi-Fi protocols are a step change in what Wi-Fi can deliver as a service platform. We have made remarkable progress in mobile connectivity, but fixed and indoor broadband, that power homes, offices, and institutions, still has a long way to go. Fiber penetration remains low relative to our ambitions. In many urban areas, Wi-Fi offload is the primary way people access high-speed data indoors. Policy clarity is a prerequisite for service investment, and service investment is what converts spectrum availability into citizen benefit. I would therefore encourage the workshop to think in terms of services as much as spectrum. If we anchor our technical and regulatory deliberations in service outcomes, we are more likely to make decisions that serve the country well. India is at inflection point of this digital journey. The next phase of growth will be driven not just by more connections, but by better connections. Connections that can carry health, education, commerce, governance, reliability, and at a scale. Getting the policy right requires exactly the kind of informed, multi-stakeholder deliberation that this workshop represents. I look forward to the recommendations that emerge from your discussions today. I wish you a productive and insightful workshop. At the end, I would like to call for wholehearted support from all my senior colleagues, influential colleagues, and telecom industry to support Ms. Revati for the election which is coming up for the TDB at ITU. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for your worthy words of wisdom. Ladies and gentlemen, we are truly honored and grateful for our honorable chief guest, Shri Ritu Ranjan Mittal, Member, Telecom Regulatory Authority of India, for joining us today and gracing the conference with his immense presence. Shri Mittalji is an ITS officer of 1985 batch, having over 35 years of experience in telecom industry. Shri Mittal has worked on various projects related to the development and deployment of telecommunications network. He has contributed to policy making in DOT. He also has been involved in the development of various technical standards and specifications for telecommunications industry, including quantum, 5G, IoT, and M2M technologies. He was the advisor and headed the Telecommunication Engineering Center, the technical and standardization arm of DOT. He also chaired the World Telecommunication Standardization Assembly in 2024. Sir, may we have a privilege of hearing from you? Can we have a huge round of applause and welcome Shri Mittalji.
Thank you, Madam, for the introduction. Team colleagues on the dais, Hare, Bas, Bhola, Madam Devti, Bhatia ji, Goel ji. Good morning, distinguished guests, industry leaders, policymakers, friends. At the outset, I would like to commend the ITU-APT for ITU-APT Foundation for organizing the timely workshop titled Unlocking the Full Potential of 6 GHz Wi-Fi in India. The focus on the 6 GHz band is particularly relevant as it has the potential to play a transformative role in enhancing broadband capacity, enabling next generation Wi-Fi technologies, and supporting India's growth towards digital connectivity needs. Today, connectivity is no longer a telecom issue. It's an economic imperative, a social enabler, a development necessity, and increasingly a strategic asset. The future of education, healthcare, governance, commerce, manufacturing, and innovation depends on the quality, affordability, and the reach of broadband connectivity available in the net. The discussion is not about spectrum allocation. The spectrum has been allocated as explained by previous speakers. The central question before us is simple. How do we ensure that the broadband remains affordable, accessible, scalable, and future-ready for over 1.45 billion people? A significant part of the answer lies in recognizing the critical role of 6 GHz in Wi-Fi. Broadband has emerged as a foundational infrastructure of the 21st century, as much required as road or a power infrastructure. The progress of why do we need broadband and why did it spread so fast? So it is reflected in India's globally acclaimed digital public infrastructure ecosystem, including Aadhaar, UPI, Digital Locker, DigiLocker, FASTag, eKYC, and so many other services. Now, no single technology can fulfill the needs. We need fiber for connectivity. We need satellite for reaching remote areas. We need mobile for mobility and ubiquity, and we need broadband Wi-Fi broadband connectivity to reach end user devices. In response to the growing connectivity demands, as has been mentioned by the previous speakers, the Wi-Fi has also evolved from 2 gigahertz, 5 gigahertz, 6 gigahertz, 6E, and 7 also. 7, which will give a significant bandwidth. Now, the advantage of the newer technologies is the spectrum, the broadband services that we will need to offer. The AR, VR, the cloud services, and if I may say, the gaming. The challenge related to the interference, the latency will also be kind of addressed well in the newer standards. Mr. Khare just mentioned the difficulty in accessing the network. So though in mobile, we have the offload now. So you can offload the traffic. Still, a good Wi-Fi network available across the public spaces would do many, would offer many advantages, which we are all aware of. Now, where is TRAI into it? So TRAI, as you know, has given certain recommendation over the years. Let me point to the last two, which can come to my mind, is the recommendation on the V-band, delicensing on V-band for low power applications. That means Wi-Fi use. And I'm sure DOT would be seized of the matter. The second is the ongoing consultation paper on public Wi-Fi. So many comments, many counter comments have been received, and we will shortly have a open house discussion. And I am sure the doyens of the telecom that we have in this August gathering would surely participate in that discussion. So that, and very important way of TRAI's functioning is its transparency. So all the comments, the counter comments for the public Wi-Fi are on the TRAI website. Many of you would have seen it. I'm sure those who have not may kindly go through it and participate in the forum, open house discussion, so that we get a fairly good idea. But just to get a summary of it is that there is there are comments on supply side constraint like high backhaul prices. The retail tariff also was earlier very high. Now it is being fixed at twice the FTTH for the PDOs. Though government has taken a lot of steps for the ROW, still there are concerns of ROW. This is another factor. We have BharatNet fiber going to the not many gram panchayats, but that fiber is not going to the hotspot centers, every hotspot center. So among the demand side, of course, what is mentioned is that the availability of a cellular network, the rates of the mobile data already being very, very competitive. Another important thing which is mentioned is the authorization friction. So you are not very comfortable with the Wi-Fi because of the OTPs, because of the logins. And so the customer expect a seamless kind of experience as he moves from one area to other. So there are standards on public Wi-Fi like Passpoint and Hotspot 2. There have been suggestions to incorporate that, but these are just kind of early days, and we will try to give the recommendation once the open house discussion and comments are. So in the end, I wish this conference very great success, and I do hope that a copy of recommendations of the discussion would be made available for the consideration of all, including TRAI. Another thing, of course, Madam, all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your insightful words and enlightening all of us with your presence. Ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the end of the inaugural session, may I kindly invite Professor N.K. Goyal, President CMAI, Chairman TEMA, and Vice Chairman IAFI to conclude the session with his vote of thanks. Professor N.K. Goyal is a highly engaged leader in ICT, mobile, telecom, education, alternate energy, multimedia, and infrastructure sectors. He actively participates in policy formulation as a representative on over 180 government committees and is known for facilitating international collaborations through delegations. His signature events include the NTA ICT World Communication Awards and National Education Awards. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Goyal with a warm round of applause.
नमस्कार, प्रणाम, जय हिंद। बड़ी शांति से बैठे हुए हैं, कोई प्रेशर है, इतने अच्छे वीआईपी यहाँ पर डाइस पे हैं, इतने डेलीगेट्स यहाँ पर हैं, थोड़ी मुस्कुराहट होनी चाहिए ना, केवल गुप्ता जी मुस्कुरा रहे हैं। थैंक यू वेरी मच, थैंक यू। माननीय मंत्री जी, खरे जी, अब्बास जी, भोला जी, रेवती जी को तो सभी लोग कह रहे हैं, मुबारकबाद दे रहे हैं, बधाइयाँ, और हम तो इनको मान रहे हैं कि इलेक्ट हो चुके हैं, जैसा अब्बास जी ने कहा। तो पहले इनके वास्ते तालियां होनी चाहिए रेवती जी के लिए। सर, एक वंडरफुल डे है हमारे ITU-APT में आज, आप सब यहाँ हैं। एटलीस्ट मेरे वास्ते पर्सनली 55 ईयर्स में ये पहला मौका है कि मैं आप सबके साथ दायित्व शेयर कर रहा हूँ। ग्रेट ऑफ यू। आई वुड लाइक टू स्टार्ट बाय सेइंग थैंक्स टू अवर ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी जी। आज इंडिया सर वर्ल्ड में नोन है बहुत चीज़ों के लिए। फास्टेस्ट 5G, 6G मिशन ऑलरेडी नाम बना रहा है, UPI, आधार कार्ड, ऑप्टिकल फाइबर इंडिया में एक तरह का वर्ल्ड कैपिटल माना जाता है। उसके बाद मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में 4G, 5G हम बना रहे हैं, वर्ल्ड के 3rd कंट्री बन गए हैं। और उसमें जो हमारी टेलीकॉम की पॉलिसीज है और उसमें हमारा IFI का जो रोल है वो भी एक नाम है। आज IFI को पूरा वर्ल्ड जानता है। इसको ये कोई IFI कहता है, कोई IFI कहता है। और ये थैंक्स टू अवर प्रेसिडेंट भाटिया जी, जो पिछले 50 सालों से लग रहे हैं। स्पेक्ट्रम पे कोई बात हो वर्ल्ड में तो भाटिया जी के पास आते हैं। पहले ITU-APT सिर्फ मेंबर थी सेक्टर D की, अभी तीनों की मेंबर है। और भाटिया जी बहुत जगह चेयरमैन वगैरह वगैरह हैं। तो थैंक यू वेरी मच सर। हमारे जितने भी यहाँ VIPs बैठे हैं डाइस पे, ये सब टेलीकॉम सेक्टर की ग्रोथ के लिए कमिटेड है, बहुत कमिटेड है। रेवती जी ने जो छोटे से शब्दों में कुछ कहा, उससे पता लग गया कि ये बेस्ट कैंडिडेट है डायरेक्टर के लिए। विद इन फ्यू मिनट्स ही हैज गिवन द बेस्ट स्पीच। भोला जी वायरलेस एडवाइजर, सबसे कठिन काम है इनका। सबकी डिमांड है स्पेक्ट्रम की, छोटा बड़ा स्टेक होल्डर, ऑपरेटर, IT, फलाना ठिकाना, OTT, सब। और सबको मैनेज करना, सबको खुश रखना। धन्यवाद भोला जी फॉर इस काम के लिए। हमारे पास अब्बास जी हैं, डबल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ले रखी है। TEC की भी है हेड और TCIL की भी। जो स्टैंडर्ड अब्बास जी बना रहे हैं, जो लीगेसी आपने मित्र जी से ली है, हमारे स्टैंडर्ड वर्ल्ड में आज कोट किए जाते हैं। चाहे कोई मैंडेटरी हो चाहे ना हो, उसको लोग मानते हैं, फॉलो करते हैं। जो हमारा प्रोसेस है स्टैंडर्ड बनाने का, वो ऑलमोस्ट ITU से भी अच्छा है। क्योंकि पहले एक फोरम, सब DCC, मैन्युफैक्चर फोरम, DCC, ऐसे करके 10-12 फोरम्स हैं। और स्टैंडर्ड बनने के बाद कोई ऑब्जेक्शन नहीं आया आज तक जिंदगी में कि ये ठीक नहीं हुआ। ये बहुत टफ काम है सर, आप उसको कर रहे हैं, थैंक यू वेरी मच। और HTCIL होना चाहिए, जोर से कर सकते हैं। एंड सर HTCIL आप सर्विसेज सेक्टर में इंडिया को लीड कर रहे हैं। TCIL के बारे में सब कुछ आप जानते हैं। इनके आने के बाद और तरक्की हुई और डेवलपमेंट हुआ है, एंड वी आर लुकिंग फॉर इट। हमारे पास खरे साहब हैं, इन्होंने बहुत छोटे शब्दों में बता दिया कि नीड क्या है वाईफाई की। सर सही बात है, नीड है। और सही बात है, जैसे ही कोई क्रिटिकल मोमेंट आता है, चाहे कुंभ का मेला हो, चाहे रेलवे स्टेशन पे घटना घटी हो, IPL मैच हो, तो दिक्कत पड़ जाती है। और वहाँ ये वाईफाई हमारा सोल्यूशन होता है, जो आपने बताया। आपने एक अच्छा ये बताया कि रिलायबिलिटी और एक्सेसिबिलिटी बहुत जरूरी है। मित्र जी तो हमें लगता है कि हमारे अपने हैं, TEC में थे, DOT में थे, ITU WTSA में थे, अब ट्राई में है। तो थोड़ा सा ऐसा लगता है कि हमारे अपने बीच में से ही निकल के आए हैं। और ट्राई में इनके पास बहुत टफ काम है। रेगुलेटर, सबको ख्याल में रखना, इंडिया को डेवलप करना, ये इनके पास है। और हमारे ITU-APT फाउंडेशन में सबसे बड़ी मजे की बात ये होती है कि जितने VIPs डाइस पर है, उससे ज्यादा नीचे है। अभी यहाँ खरे जी ने कुछ नाम लिए थे। मैं सोच रहा था, लेकिन नाम लेते हुए घबराता हूँ कुछ का रह ना जाए। हमारे पास कुलदीप गोयल जी हैं, अब चितकारा जी हैं, SN गुप्ता जी हैं, गुलाब सिंह जी हैं, विक्रम त्रिवेदिया COI। ये और हम बहुत सालों से साथ रहते हैं हर जगह। स्टार्ट जापान से किया था। मिस्टर राजीव सिन्हा हैं, जितेंद्र कुमार कलकम से हैं, न्यूअर बाकलू जी, RK मिश्रा जी, दीपक महेश्वरी जी हैं। ईच वन ऑफ यू ये माला के मोती हैं, और बाकी सबके नाम ले रहा हूँ। थैंक यू वेरी मच, थैंक यू।
Thank you very much, sir. On behalf of IAFI, I extend a hearty vote of thanks to our esteemed guests who spared their presence here at the conference. We really appreciate your efforts. We have a small token of gratitude for each one of you. I'd request Shri Bharat Bhatia, sir, to kindly do the honors of presenting a memento to each one of you, starting with our honorable chief guest. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. We thank Shri Ritu Ranjan Mittal, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today. We thank Shri Anand Khareji. Thank you very much, sir. Can we have a huge hand, ladies and gentlemen? Let's keep the applauses going. We thank Shri S.T. Abbas ji. Thank you, sir. We thank Shri N.K. Bhola, sir. We thank Dr. Revati Manepalli, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am, and wish you all the luck from each one of us. We thank Professor N.K. Goyal. Thank you, sir. May I now request our honorable dignitaries to kindly come forward for a group picture. Thank you very much. I now invite everyone to kindly join us for a tea and coffee break. I request everyone to kindly be back in 20 minutes time for a power pack session coming up next. Thank you very, very much.
Hey, hello, check, check. Hey, check, check, check. Hey, hello, check, check. Hey, check. Hey, check. And hey, hey, check, check. Hey, check. Hey, hey, check. Hey, hello, hey, hey, hello, check. Hey, hello, check.
मिट्टी को कम करता मिट्टी ज्यादा धीरे धीरे मिट्टी ज्यादा मत बढ़ा मिट्टी कम कर बंद हो गई धीरे तो में है नहीं हल्का हल्का नहीं, ये तो पूरा हो गया। इधर आइए।
हेलो चेक चेक चेक
May we request everyone to kindly get settled as we're about to begin. Requesting everyone to kindly settle down as we're about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after the tea break. I hope you all are refreshed for the current session on Wi-Fi at a crossroads. What are the next regulatory gigahertz that will shape India's digital infrastructure for the next decade? Let me have a privilege of welcoming on stage the session chair, Shri Bharat Bhatia, sir, President IAFI. Ladies and gentlemen, please join your hands together and welcome our eminent speaker panel on the stage, one after the other. Please welcome with a huge hand, Ms. Alka Selot Asthana, Head of Regulatory Affairs, Tata Communications. A true thought leader and technocrat, she brings over 23 years of rich experience in telecommunications sector. Her impressive career journey includes a distinguished 20-year tenure as an officer of Indian Telecom Services, as well as serving as Chief Technology Officer at Bharti Infratel. Throughout her career, she has been at the forefront of innovation, spearheading large-scale projects in smart cities, renewable energy, rural telecom, and pan-India network operations. Welcome you, ma'am. Please join your hands together and welcome Shri Jitendra Singh, Head Government Affairs, Qualcomm India. I request Mr. Jitendra Singh, sir. Mr. Singh serves as a key interface with regional regulatory and policy-making agencies in the region on behalf of Qualcomm. He has more than 30 years of experience in the field of communications management. He has been actively involved in national working groups of ITU-APT in India and has been a key contributor in all standards-related activities of the industry. This includes the advocacy and planning of identification of additional spectrum for IMT and mobile broadband at various forums, national as well as global. Welcome you, sir. I'd like to invite on stage Shri Tarun Chitkara, Vice President, Regulatory Affairs, Bharti Airtel. Welcome, sir. Mr. Chitkara has more than 20 years of invaluable experience in Airtel regulatory functions. He has successfully handled various issues and assignments ranging from operational to more strategic and sensitive issues. He is having a deep understanding of Indian regulatory environment and development since privatization of telecom sector. His expertise lies in telecom, broadcasting regulations, and corporate affairs, making him an indispensable asset to the company. Welcome our honorable panel on stage, and I'll hand over the dais to our session chair, Shri Bhatia, sir.
Good morning and welcome back. We are still waiting for Mr. Ravi Gandhi. He is held up in the minister's office and it should be coming soon as the meeting gets over. So thank you for rejoining this very important Wi-Fi Day celebration event. So we start today's conference with looking at the policy issues for the 6 GHz. In this session, we are going to look up what is the current policy, where are we, where do we want to go, what are the issues relating to the higher power and outdoor usage, how India can innovate a new policy model and try to do something which is maybe perhaps slightly different from rest of the world, but that meets the requirements of India. And we have a very eminent panel of speakers. We have, I think, Alkaji here from Tata's, Tarun here from Bharti Airtel, and Jitendra from Qualcomm. So we have, and hopefully Ravi Gandhi ji will join from Jio. So we have the entire gamut of technology, services, and operators all represented here. The key questions that I think we need some answers today is, after 6 months of the delicensing, I think it was around mid-January that India finally decided, after 4 years or 5 years of discussions, that we are going to delicense the lower 6 gigahertz band from 5925 to 6425 gigahertz as a delicensed band for indoor Wi-Fi, low power. The discussions in the fora around the world, and I'm part of the Asia Pacific Telecommunity, where I still chair the group on Wi-Fi or radio LAN, as we call it there. How 6 gigahertz is evolving into the standard power, and in terms of using some kind of automated frequency control systems to protect the incumbents. And we have very large number of incumbents in this band. So the idea is, how do we make sure that the incumbents continue to function while we can still deploy 6 gigahertz Wi-Fi in the lower band on outdoor locations, and maybe also from fixed point-to-point communications. So to start with, may I request Alkaji to kindly start with her speech and her points that she would like to take in the area of 6 years. So over to you, Alkaji.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody, and it's a proud privilege and a pleasure, absolutely, to be part of this August gathering. I was telling my senior Mishra sir a while ago that I feel very embarrassed to talk in front of this gathering, who is, almost everybody is my senior in the sector. And it feels as if I am preaching to the choir, because, all of us are working in the telecom space, or rather the technology space, to be able to make this country a world leader in this, not only in this segment, but telecom serves as the basic layer for growth in digital economies of the world, digital economies of the day. And therefore, the entire thrust of both government and private sector has been to grow the entire sector altogether, so that we become the bedrock of progress and of digitalization. But having said that, we do get into matters of let's say debates between each of our technologies, 5G to be used for this or that, Wi-Fi to be used for this or that, and then this latest generation of social media, where this or that is a very prominent game format. I think we have also adopted this to a large extent, forgetting in parts that the overall aim remains the same, right? We want to be able to use and harness technology for progress and for stronger digital bedrock of not only this country, but globally. Now, why I keep bringing the global word here is twofold. One, Tatacom is a global company. We operate in 194 plus countries, and we do see a lot of usage of Wi-Fi 6 gigahertz globally in a very deregulated, delicensed format, and not just the lower band, the complete band. And we do take, inspiration from those countries because they have shown uh, the outcomes, so to speak. And that's why I bring that, global part repeatedly. It does matter that we are in sync with the global developments in this sector, because otherwise, the entire device ecosystem, the entire usage ecosystem becomes skewed if you are not following the global patterns. Also, what are we gaining by doing, an individualistic and a very limited kind of a use case based on technology? That again is self-limiting. So we would urge everyone in the sector, irrespective of whether they come from, from the government, from the bulk players, from the retail players, everybody to look at it as a little technology agnostic, but however, a broader use case of the technology. If we could look at it that way, rather than getting into, oh, this comes in my way because it's licensed versus otherwise, it becomes restrictive, to repeat myself. The other thing is license is not a way to, in my mind, and I've been part of the licensing side of the table also for 20 years. It's not a mechanism to restrict growth. It's a mechanism, in fact, to give a direction to the growth to make it safer. If the regulations were or the licenses were limited to just that outcome, it would be wonderful. We can increase the power of the outdoor power which has been restricted right now. That is needed because then the use case, the offtake would be much higher. Tatacom does only B2B. And there are, of course, different challenges, which I'm sure Tarun would speak about when we go B2C. But even for B2B, we need to realize that Wi-Fi becomes the last mile. And when it is the last mile, it needs to serve the last mile as is needed, right? We cannot, again, it has taken a lot for the 6 gigahertz to be licensed, but then again, we've put restrictions on it. We have put to the government also that the power needs to be increased. There's a committee, and I hope it kind of decides in favor of making it available to more people and in a format that can be utilized. The other thing which I really need the policy to kind of take a look at is, how do we make it simpler? How do we make it very uniform? And, you know, intelligence, whether you call it artificial intelligence or data analytics, can use what is there as available as a data portal, and then plug the gaps or plug the leakages there, rather than making it individual has to say where you are logging in from, what is your KYC and stuff like that. Let it be data driven and intelligence driven. That's the need of the hour. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alkaji. I think you have brought a very good uh, input to this discussion. That it's not just India, it's a global technology, and we not only have to look after India's requirement, we also have to look after the global requirements and see how best we align with the rest of the world, but making our own country's requirement first. Now I request Mr. Jitinder Singh, President Regulatory from Qualcomm. So, Jitinder, over to you.
Good morning, Jai Hind. So, first thing first, so congratulations to DOT and IAFI for this Wi-Fi day, and also for recognizing lower 6 gigahertz band for Wi-Fi. So that is something which was long awaited, long discussed, and was something which was of importance to the entire nation. So that is a great work which was done. Thanks to IAFI for one of those drivers of ensuring that lower 6 gigahertz become a delicensed spectrum band for India. So that was something which I wanted to congratulate IAFI also about. Overall, if you see, Wi-Fi has become an integral part of our lives. It is not only about content creation or content generation or consumption of content. It is also about many other things which happen in parallel. Normal devices, when we used to use Wi-Fi in earlier days, it used to be your laptop or your computers which were getting connected. Now things have evolved in terms of consumption in a very different direction as well. Your smart homes, your usage of smart devices in your houses, like your refrigerator or washing machine, or your bulbs, lights which are connected there, or regulator, fan, your main door lock. All these things are also Wi-Fi, getting connected to Wi-Fi systems and providing your security cameras which you put in your house. All those things are now on Wi-Fi kind of network. So all of them are consuming that Wi-Fi spectrum. So it means that when you are having a huge amount of consumption within each house, then you also require a thick pipe to ensure that that kind of connectivity is possible. So if you don't have a thick pipe coming there, then probably you will not be able to use all these kind of services. Another use case which is also becoming popular, other than of course using it for connecting to your TV systems and others, is Wi-Fi direct. So that is also connecting with, there's a connectivity between two devices which is not on a access net based network, but that is also connectivity which is also using some of the Wi-Fi spectrum. Other use cases which are becoming popular are, of course, Wi-Fi mesh networks and things like that, which are expanding the coverage within a particular given area. So all these require a huge chunk of spectrum, and to ensure that that spectrum is used effectively, as you know, that Wi-Fi is non-interference or non-protection basis service. So because it's de-licensed service and it's being used globally like that. So if we see that particular usage in that sense, then you require to ensure that sufficient spectrum is available to give that kind of services which can give you good quality of service experience. But at the same time, you also need to ensure that the backhaul connectivity, to ensure that the point where you have that access point is good quality and is of sufficient capacity. It can be through your fiber, it can be through your maybe satellite solution in future, or doing your 5G connectivity coming to your house. All those things can actually work in that. So you need to ensure that the spectrum which is available in that particular domain is also of similar nature, or in terms of ensuring the capacity. One of the important things when you're doing this kind of solution of a spectrum usage, where everyone is using that spectrum at every given point of time, there is no dedicated slot mentioned for it's given to you, like in case of, say, example, IMT usage, then you will require a graceful coexistence solution. So that is possible in Wi-Fi because there is look before talk kind of concept which is used in Wi-Fi. That is very important. So if you have look before talk, then your channel is actually looking for any transmission happening in that channel. If no transmission is happening, then it transmits. So there may not be. So this actually helps in reducing the conflicts within those channels, and then the spectrum is more efficiently used without having very dedicated solutions in terms of interference management. So one of the basic concept is to ensure that there is LBT, or look before talk implemented there. So as we also are seeing that new techniques are being now absorbed or adopted by Wi-Fi community like OODM. So that is also going to help in your different kind of solutions. This also helps you in doing carrier aggregation between various Wi-Fi bands. Because of that, you can then have more capacity in your usage. So when I say this, there will be regulatory requirements to ensure that this happens. Because technology can do it. You have already opened up those frequency bands. How it can be implemented and how that can be ensured that the devices which are coming in marketplace are capable of doing this. So one of the discussions which was happening earlier when Wi-Fi in lower 6 was being discussed, in fact in 6 GHz was being discussed, was how much effectively are we using 5 GHz band for Wi-Fi? How many devices or routers are available in India? So that was a very low number for whatever reasons. I will not go into those details, but if the manufacturers or if the consumers who are using, if that is enabled, if regulatory provisions are there, then I think all those devices using all those frequency bands with different service possibilities are then is possible, and then the actual usage of spectrum will take place. There are three in lower 6 GHz band. There are three different classes which are being used for in terms of Wi-Fi usage, in terms of power regulatory limitations. One is very low power, which is basically both indoor and outdoor with 14 dBm. Then other one is LPI, which is low power indoor only with 30 dBm power, that is pure indoor. And the kind of regulatory provisions which are being used in FCC in US is that any device, like for example, in India, we had ETA equipment type approval. Similarly, when FCC is doing it, they ensure that those devices do not have any external antenna because they are transmitting high power. Those devices are purely do not have weatherproof enclosure, so you cannot put it outside. And third thing is they do not have any internal battery to have can be used for different outdoor activities. So that is the kind of protection in terms of regulatory measures which FCC is taking, because they have not allowed high power, but the places where they are allowed high power, which is 36 dBm, AFC is the solution which they take to ensure that protection to all fixed services or those microwave links is ensured. And also the satellite connectivity, which is on FSS links, which are downlink, uplinks, are also protected. So that is something which we need to see, that if India is planning to, as we heard, and if we want to increase the power, we should also ensure that protection of those services is taken care of by various studies. I understand some studies are already going on. Also, when you are increasing the power, then the adjacent band or license band, how do you ensure protection to that license band, which will be upper 6 GHz for IMT? So all those things are important. So whenever those studies are done, all these parameters in terms of regulatory measures should also be taken into consideration, that other licensed users are not getting impacted. So that is something which I feel that going forward, I'm sure that DOT and DEC and other relevant authorities will be looking into these aspects, because this will, if we are increasing power and if we are using AFC, then that is something which is in line with what some other countries globally are doing. But again, AFC is important, but how to create that AFC database, who manages that database, is something which is important, and other incumbents have to play a major role in ensuring that such regulatory provision can be taken by the government. So with this, I will close here, and we'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jitendra. You very nicely brought out the concept of AFC as implemented in the FCC and other countries. And also, how do we protect the incumbent fixed links, at least, from this? So I think we will have some more discussion on those. But let me first go to my next speaker, Sri Ravi Gandhiji. Raviji, for your thoughts. Thank you.
setting the context to the discussion. One point which probably you said is Wi-Fi band. It's not either licensement or license band, or it's Wi-Fi is one of the technology. It can be 10GBP technology or any other. There is nothing like Wi-Fi band. So slight technical correction. As far as the 6 gigahertz discussion is there, Government of India has already decided between this band 700 megahertz for IMT and 500 megahertz for the license use. So 700 also has not yet come because only 400 megahertz has come, 300 is yet to come. And unless that come, probably it may not be usable for the newer technologies like 5G Advanced or 6G. So that's what the industry is waiting for. So that they get a carrier of around 400 megahertz to start 6G. Otherwise, 6G would be like 5G if the carrier size is small. On the lower 6 gigahertz, the power level which you spoke about, Jitendra spoke about, is low power and low power indoor and the standard power. The standard power needs 3 kind of systems to be protected. One is the satellite, because it's a satellite uplink band for the aggregate interference from the Wi-Fi systems. Second is the terrestrial fixed satellite, fixed systems. And the third is the IMT band. So I think all 3 systems protection is discussed across geographies in various countries, including in India. The government constituted a committee under IIT Madras, and probably they have studied all the 3 aspects in detail, wherein the aggregate interference level can be managed by restricting the total number of devices. So that's, I think, has already been submitted to DOT. Second, FS link, sorry, I'm saying FSS. FS links are extremely limited in number. So not much interference issues were envisaged by the committee. And AFC is generally required for inter-Wi-Fi system protection. So if you are going for a non-protection basis, then AFC is not required if you are able to limit the number of devices for the aggregate interference to the satellite. The third is interband, basically between lower and upper 6 gigahertz for protection of IMT system. That also has been addressed through ACLR and other parameters. And other countries have already allowed higher power in the lower 6 gigahertz after taking care of this interference between the lower and upper to the IMT systems, basically. A lot of studies have already been done in that direction, and it has been adopted by other countries. So to my mind, this issue is almost settled now. And with that, probably we can now harness the value of this spectrum at the earliest, so that the users are able to use it, because the advantage the lower 6G will provide is there are a large number of small ISPs who face or PDOs, PM1E systems, who face the ROW issues. Last mile connectivity is extremely difficult in the country, because the moment you go to any RWA to seek permission to lay the last mile fiber or to any other building or road cutting, etc., it's extremely difficult to cut the road to serve few houses. So that's where probably the 6 gigahertz would help, because this would be a new band with lesser interference as compared to 5.8 gigahertz band to provide the last mile Wi-Fi connectivity to the users, and will help in good broadband penetration. So that is one area which would be extremely helpful for the broadband penetration. The second is, of course, with the lower part, VLP and indoor, the devices have already, I think we have started seeing those devices coming into the market and people have already started using that spectrum. So this would help the growth of the ecosystem in the lower 6 gigahertz band. And upper 6 gigahertz band, probably I think we will have to probably wait for the band to be completed so that the tests are done, trials are done of the 5G advance or the newer technology, 6G technology, and the operators are able to buy the spectrum through auction at that point when the complete spectrum come so that it becomes usable. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Raviji. I think you brought out very, very important points. First, leading to the kind of interference scenarios that how the FSS needs to be protected and how the fixed services links, those need to be protected. Coexistence with the upper 6 gigahertz IMT, I think we will be dealing in the afternoon session. In the forenoon session, we are mainly talking about how to protect the incumbents and how to go from low power indoor to standard power and also outdoor. So clearly there are technology, and you rightly said that the band is delicensed not just for Wi-Fi, for any technology. And I think that's a very good observation, because there could be other technologies that could be used in this band, provided they meet with the technical parameters that have been specified in the notification. So let me now request Tarunji to give his initial remarks, and then we can go to questions. Tarunji, over to you.
Thank you, sir. In her speech, Alka gave a very good perspective. Let me just share my thoughts on that. I joined Airtel in 2000. So when I joined, we were into the mobile services, but with the GSMA technology. And then there was another side which were into the CDN. So at that point of time, the norms were very clear that you have to choose a technology where you want to grow it. If you want to grow in or you want to move in the GSMA, you can't move into the CDN. And if you're in the CDN, you cannot move into the GSMA. Then in 2007 or 8, the policy of the dual technology came where you can migrate and all the stuff. And then subsequently, when the 2010, the government started doing the auctions, the spectrum was technology neutral. It is you can decide about it. And then gradually the CDA technology went away. The operators migrated to the 4G, their 800 megahertz spectrums. Whatever we bought in 900, 1800, we also migrated ourselves into the 4G. Then the 5G came. We rolled out. Indian telco is one of the fastest network in the world. And now we are talking about the 6G. Gradually, the CDMA technology came. For some times it was in existence, it was not there. When the BWA, we started having a discussion, there was a WiMAX, but again, the WiMAX did not pick up. This is the trends which we have seen in the kind side of the mobile. Now there is another layers, which is the Wi-Fi layers, which is coming. And then now we are also talking about the satellite technology, how the D2D will work and all the stuff. So I think definitely for any large country like India, there has to be the existence of the different technologies. Definitely in the coming years, there would be a partnership between the mobile operator and the satellite operator when it comes to the D2D services, because everybody is trying to serve the customer. Everybody is ensuring in their own way that the connectivity has to be there. But yes, telecom is a serious business. It requires huge investments, and getting that, arranging that investment and making some money out of that is not that an easy job when you have the one of the affordable tariffs in the world. So what's your expectations when you are dealing in the telecom sectors? Is one, the technology neutrality, that whatever I'm buying, I should be able to use it for any technology. The second, you expect the level playing field, so that a particular technology, a particular business model is not being promoted at the cost of the others. Let the market decide about it, that which technology is the better to serve the customer. If that and that technology would exist, that even if any technology has no business case, or is not been able to serve the way the customer is expecting, even if technically that technology is better than any other technology, but it would not work. It we have seen in the case of the CTMA. And the expectations from any telcos is one is the I said that the level playing field, the regulatory parities, the technology neutrality, and the game and any rules and regulations which is not promoting a particular thing. I think that's an expectations we have it. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ramji. I think these are very, very critical issues, and we will have to deliberate on those. Let me start with looking at some of the questions. And I think one question that comes to my mind now, 6 months have passed since the low power indoor has been delicensed, and some usages have already started. Do we see any use cases in India or any kind of applications where we will need higher powers, where we need standard power? So maybe I think first we need to establish that there is a requirement for higher power, or we can all just live with the low power indoor itself. My thinking is that India does need some kind of a higher power applications. And just maybe I start with Alkaji again. Do we see higher powers, or do we need standard power in the 6 GHz band, or we can just live with the low power indoor?
Be very, very blunt about it. If there were no use cases, we wouldn't be asking for it. Very simple. We are asking for it because there are use cases we need to have, the 6 gigahertz Wi-Fi serve the end customer. That's the use case. And that is why it's being, represented and asked for. So yes, the short answer is yes.
Definitely, like I said that the use cases will come when there would be a case when there is because India is a very price sensitive market. If you are able to bring the economies of the scale at the right price at the right times which the customer need, then everything would work.
Thank you. Raviji, do you think there are requirements for higher power outdoor, etc., for 6 GHz, lower 6 GHz?
Answer. Basic point is that there is some spectrum. How can we best utilize for the community? So all kind of uses with low power, high power, mix of that should be there so that that particular asset is utilized to its maximum extent. And there are a lot of use cases. In fact, those use cases are not specific to lower 6G. Those are already there in 5G also, in 5.8 also. So it would be an extension of 5.8. So a use case, suppose, which is working on a 5.8 gigahertz spectrum with lower bandwidth. Once this bandwidth gets added to it, the throughput to the users would increase. That is number one. Number two, 5.8 is overutilized band. There is a lot of congestion at many places. So this would also relieve the congestion at the places where the 5.8 has the congestion. Because of that, the higher power is required.
You mean the last mile connectivity or fixed point to point kind of application?
Yeah, that's what I said. FWA fixed wireless is the biggest application in the country because we don't have fiber to every home. Unlike many leading countries like USA, China, Japan, you pick up any leading country, they would have their wireline penetration over 90%. And we have our wireline penetration at 15%. So huge gap need to be covered. From 15% to 90% is a gap which with fiber may take many years to actually bridge that gap. With wireless, you can bridge that gap very fast. So that is why this standard power or higher power would be helpful in both connecting homes as well as connecting the small, medium offices, bigger offices, because this only replaces fiber, last mile fiber.
Yeah, like within the home now, it's covered with the low power indoor, so that's not an issue. So connectivity to the home, I think that's where
Yeah.
you're thinking of.
Within the home, if you see the reusability of the spectrum, even with existing 5 gigahertz and 2.4 gigahertz, there may be few very limited use cases which required more bandwidth or the specific devices which were tuned only for lower 6 gigahertz, for which the in-building was critical. Otherwise, it was not a showstopper. For outdoor, it is a showstopper because frequency reuse is not there. In indoor, there is a reuse. Every house, every room, you can reuse the frequency. But in outdoor environment, you cannot reuse the frequency. That is why you require more frequencies there. So that is why it is more critical for an outdoor environment than for indoor environment. But nonetheless, I'm not saying for indoor it is not required, because there are certain devices, certain applications which are specifically tuned for lower 6 gigahertz and for the higher channel size, which is not available in the 5 gigahertz. For that, it is very helpful, but that was not as critical as for the outdoor.
Thank you. Jitendra ji?
Thank you, sir. I assume that when you say high power, you actually meant standard power, 36 dBm IAFI. So yes, that is a good way forward of utilizing the spectrum using various other tools to ensure there is a protection to incumbents, or if incumbents are moved to some other frequency bands or some other source of their connectivity, then this is a very good way forward, no doubt about it, because it connects, and as what Ravi mentioned, that it is basically to connect to those point to multi-point kind of solutions, which will then extend your FWA capabilities. Because this is higher power as compared to your standard or VLI or VLP, which has been established. So it is also important to ensure that those consumers are not impacted adversely. So they should be given sufficient space to play their role in that entire consumer level connectivity and usage. But one more important point which I mentioned, and I think it should not be, it should not go missing, is look before talk. So if you are doing this standard power and point to multi-point, then any other device which is VLP or VLI may not find a slot to transmit in that particular band or that portion of the band. So, and it should also not happen that because there's a point to multi-point kind of solution at the receive and on the UE side, whether UE is on your rooftop or anywhere, it should not happen that because of some other Wi-Fi system is transmitting in that area, in that particular slot, it is causing no chance or no go for the main point to multi-point link to get disturbed because of that. So some of those regulatory provisions need to be considered for this kind of solution. It is easier than said than done. So, but there needs to be some kind of solution to ensure that when you're doing point to multi-point, those links are not getting disturbed because of some other transmissions happening and they are jumping into that particular band.
Yeah, thank you. So I think it's very clearly established that there are use cases. One particular use case, of course, is point to multi-point, or connecting houses, where fiber is not there, connecting factories, connecting remote areas where there's no connectivity. So clearly there is a use case. I can ask the audience if they think there anything else, any other use cases that they can think of. Not of the low power indoor is already covered, but to go to standard power like 36 dBm, etc. So Vimalji, please go ahead.
Just to what Jitendra said about coexistence between low power and high power, that's already happening in the current bands, which is 2.4 and 5.8, which is 5.1 to 5.8. It's already happening. Low power, high power coexistence is already there, and not any issues are faced by any of the device today. So practically, there is a study on the ground which is practically working. So I don't think there is a need to go for any other study because the deployment scenarios are going to be exactly same as 5 gigahertz. So there is not going to be any difference between the deployment scenario of 6 gigahertz and 5 gigahertz.
Okay.
Actually, I'm not going to talk about the additional use cases. I had a question in a different context. I'll come back.
Yeah, let's
What's-
first talk about use cases
Okay.
first, and then
Yeah,
we will
Sure.
talk about the thing. Anybody else has it? Yeah, over there, please.
The stadiums and big venues, they can't be covered with IMT mobile technology because the number of people in one cell is not going to be encapsulated. Even we are talking about 5G. So Wi-Fi high power plays a very good role there. And with the 6G, 160 megahertz wide, you can say availability of bands, we will be having very less interference. And as you rightly said on the factories also, sir, I mean, when we are talking about the combination of private 5G along with Wi-Fi to actually incubate robotics and manufacturing facilities, that is all high-power.
Can you give your name, etc. also?
I'm Puneet Chopra.
Thank you. Any other thoughts on this?
Yeah, hi,
Yes,
sorry, this is Paramjit Puri over here. I'm with the Wi-Fi Alliance. And I just wanted to add that, globally, we have seen that the standard power under AFC being utilized extremely well and extremely productively for industries like healthcare and education, smart factories, smart homes, etc. And, unfortunately, in our country, the telcos, the Airtel and Reliance Jio, both of them are sitting over here. Very fortunate to have them over here, because normally when we have a Wi-Fi function, we don't see the telcos over there, but thank you very much for coming. Is that, we see the telcos only focusing on the home broadband here. Okay, they put a Wi-Fi router over there, that's it. But they're not at all interested in the public Wi-Fi. And I honestly believe that till the time the telcos don't take an interest in the public Wi-Fi, whether you name it under PM Vani or they're doing their own through Passpoint and open roaming, which is a very good technology. And in fact, it has been suggested to DOT and TRI that PM Vani should adopt open roaming and Passpoint technology. So those, and of course the enterprise, the telcos are not focusing on B2B. Tatacom may be focusing to some aspect. I don't know. I'm not very clear about that. Whether they're doing anything in India, but that is something. The healthcare facility, they require complete standard power operation to be able to use. In medical education, the AR/VR glasses which are there. There are about 5 Indian manufacturers who are now manufacturing smart glasses, including Titan and Firebolt and SGH Enterprises, etc. And Meta glasses are already selling. And I can give you a personal experience. I had an operation in December, and my surgeon, he was using the Meta smart glasses and walking all around the hospital where it was completely Wi-Fi enabled. Yeah, but it was not 6 gigahertz, so there were snags over there. So there are many applications for 6 gigahertz standard power applications. And I would seriously suggest that, it is the responsibility of the telcos to, be able to provide that, and also to look into, offer Wi-Fi as a service along with their mobile IMT. Both IMT and Wi-Fi are complementary to each other. They are not competing technologies. But I feel in our country, the telcos feel that Wi-Fi competes against IMT, and that is something which needs to be corrected here. I mean, in the Wi-Fi Alliance, we have more than 60 operator members from across the globe, all the big operator members who are valued members and who contribute, to the operator marketing task group and the technical task group here. So thank you. Sorry for the long talk. Thank you.
Yeah, let me try answering.
Let me take one more and then I come. Yeah, please. This is the last one.
Mr. Ravi, you mentioned the frequent take-up of the roads, the network, nationwide expansion of 5G, 6G. So maybe next 7G will come. So again, the road will be done. So why not the advancement technology? Advancement is there. Once network cable is there, so that we compatible with the other expansion of the other these technological expansions. Second is I just want to highlight the BharatNet. This target was 18 lakhs and connections.
No, excuse me. I think we are talking about the use cases of standard power. So, yeah, thank you very much. So, over to you, Ravi.
Paramjit from Wi-Fi Alliance. So the telcos, when they install Wi-Fi, they don't install for in-house use. That's for public only to supply, to provide services to the public. So when you say public Wi-Fi, what is public Wi-Fi? The telcos, when they install, that is also public Wi-Fi. Okay. PM money is not the only thing which is public Wi-Fi. Any network which is touching public and providing services to the people is public Wi-Fi. PM money is a specific deployment model for Wi-Fi. It is not even the deployment model. It is a charging mechanism set by, say, government's rule to accommodate, because there are smaller players who are not able to set up, say, charging mechanism, authentication mechanism, and all those things at their own. So there is a central mechanism through which the smaller service providers or even the service provider is only putting up, say, 1 or 2 access points. They can use this common infrastructure and provide the services. But if someone can actually put their own infrastructure or own core network, whether it is AAA, authentication, and other billing mechanism, they need not to actually go and utilize the common cloud-based infrastructure which is created by, say, government infrastructure. So it does not mean that if the service is provided through their own infrastructure is not public Wi-Fi. I think that is what I wanted to clarify to you. So we are generally in such meetings, we try to confuse that this is not public Wi-Fi. Second is the Wi-Fi as technology and Wi-Fi as deployed network are two different things. So the PM money is a Wi-Fi deployment technique, not a technology. Wi-Fi technology can be deployed in multiple ways, in multiple methods, and it is being done by the telcos also. So it is not that Airtel and Jio is sitting today here and only talking about the Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi is being deployed extensively by telcos. May not be part of PM money. That's a different thing because of the different reason as I explained. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe later. Thank you very much.
I was only telling that public Wi-Fi is not the only mode of Wi-Fi consumption.
Okay. Thank you.
Is public Wi-Fi is being deployed by telecom operators. Telecom operators don't build private networks. They build public network only.
Thank you. Anybody else like to add to this? I think we are all very clear that there are a large number of use cases. Now, my next question to the panel here is, what policy should Government of India adopt? Clearly, Ravi and many others have mentioned that to have standard power Wi-Fi, you need to protect the incumbent services, which is fixed links and satellite services. You need to make sure that the adjacent band IMT when it comes is not impacted. You need to make sure that the lower band fixed links are not impacted. So what kind of a mechanism should go, and also make sure that the indoor low power Wi-Fi is not impacted by this higher power, standard power outdoor operations. So what kind of a policy paradigm we can adopt? And I know there has been reports that have been submitted to the government. Some talk about limiting the number of access points. Some talk about making sure that the total number of devices is limited, etc. And at this moment, nobody has really proposed an AFC kind of a system. So my question to the panel is, do we really need an AFC kind of system in India, or we can live without an AFC kind of system for rollout of standard power? So I can start with Jitendraji first.
Thank you, sir. So we, Qualcomm, are also an AFC operator in Canada. So we understand that AFC is typically required for fixed services of point-to-point links. protection, basically to protect those links from interference from Wi-Fi. So that is a clear understanding about AFC. Now in India, if we have MWB links in microwave backhaul links in 6 gigahertz, lower 6 gigahertz, and if those numbers are very low, or if there is a plan, because those MWB links are not new links which are established very recently. These are very old links. If we see those details, we'll find those vintage of those links. There's a possibility of, or there is, in my view, there's a growth which has happened in terms of alternate connectivity methods in terms of fiber or some other satellite links, other links which are connecting those microwave backhaul links or those points where those microwave backhaul links were there. In some cases, in say mountainous terrain, understand that maybe issues would be different, but of course there is no high power transmission is going to happen in such places very typically in terms of Wi-Fi. So if we can manage those MWB links by either migrating them or refarming them in say some different frequency bands or by different means to ensure that connectivity exists, then in that case, AFC will not be probably required in going forward. But satellite is a different story. So that once you come to that question, we'll see how to respond to it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And noting that there are fixed point-to-point links used by the government agencies, particularly police and for the broadcasting society agencies. So yeah, there are links, and so we can check about this. Anybody else would like to add something about, do we need AFC in India or not? Seems from Jitendra ji is that we can go without AFC implementation in India.
We can go without the deployment scenario. If you see MWB links, that's the major user in this band, and that's with the private operators, 1 or 2 operators. Geo has few links. Those links are majorly in the remote areas because those are long links. And FWA access would be majorly required in the congested areas where fiber is already there. It would be extension of fiber. So wherever the fiber is there, MWB would be not there majorly. There may be one or few instances which can be always managed at that place, but we cannot design a policy for that kind of an exception, which would be of a very, very low probability or a rare case. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Yes.
Point. I think policy has to be decided about what kind of outcomes and future growth we require. It cannot be that okay, this technology needs this solution, because for that the entire technology sector is kind of capable to adopt it when it's required. Policy makers need not prescribe how to operate and run the networks without, let's say, interference or problems. That each one of us are responsible enough to do it.
Yes, certainly. But I think the government has to decide. There are existing links, but it seems the view is that those links are not that important or may not be getting that kind of interference. Therefore, we can live without the AFC. Although those departments have a different view and the government has to deal with them. And I've heard them very passionately making a statement that their links are getting impacted. So it's not straightforward that the government will just allow standard power and make sure that those fixed links can be, they need to migrate somewhere else. So it's not that easy. So government has to make that policy. Second, now coming to the satellite links, which is the other bigger incumbent in this particular band. If we want to protect the satellite links, various methods have been recommended, and one of them have been to limit the number of users of standard power. What does the panel think is the right way to protect the satellite services if we move to the standard power. So let me start. Anybody?
Thank you. So yes, so we spoke about fixed links and now on satellite. So because these are satellite uplink, there needs to be a proper study to be done with whatever is the actual usage of our ISRO deployments of satellites, with what latitude and what is the kind of production criteria which they are looking at. If I believe some studies are being done on this, and I would actually wait for the outcome of those studies because I'm not part of that committee, so I don't know what kind of discussion is happening there. But I'm sure that ISRO would be part of it, and they would take care of their protection requirements and their future requirements. So that is something which I will not be able to comment that what is the exact criteria which is required there, or what is the best method. One of the typical methods which we saw in millimeter wave band when that band got identified for IMT in 2019, one of the basic criteria was that antennas should be inclined towards ground. So that was one of the major requirements as per resolution. That resolution was, I think, 223, which actually mentioned this very clearly that you need to have your antenna tilted towards the ground, 10 degrees or something. So that ensures some kind of protection towards satellite. So that is one of the criteria which can be considered, or similar criteria can be considered here also. But what are the typical technical parameters in terms of what kind of EIRP is allowed, or what kind of number of Wi-Fi standard power stations can be deployed or not? So that is something which I think studies will only give that number. So I will leave that to the expert committee there.
Thank you. Ravi?
No, fortunately, I was part of the committee, chaired by IT Madras. And this issue of aggregate interference had been extensively studied. ISRO and other satellite users were part of that committee. So without going into the much detail, but the feasibility has been found and the report has been submitted to DOT for consideration. So all these issues what are there has already been discussed at length for, I think, 5-6 months in multiple meetings with all calculations and all the inputs from space agencies. And on the basis of that, there was sufficient margin available from the interference, aggregate interference perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Although my understanding from ISRO is that they have not recommended the standard power, but we don't know how. Anybody else wants to add something? Yes, Tanvi.
Just like Ravi said, that Airtel is also a part of that studies, and I think we have been holding the discussion with all the stakeholders for a long time. It has been around 1 year, I would say that. So I really don't want to comment on the ISRO side, but definitely all the stakeholders have been involved and the process has been followed. And I'm sure that the right decision would be taken by the government.
Okay. Anybody would like to add anything about this issue of the AFC? No, not AFC, sorry. Interference to satellite links. No, AFC we done. Anything about satellite links? Yes, please.
Thank you. So on the protection to satellite, I think one of the topics which was not discussed in the panel in some detail was for the protection of satellite. There are some existing rules within FCC. For example, when the standard power outdoor is permitted, there is a EIRP mask, which is part of the FCC rules, which says that 30 degree above horizon, the EIRP is limited to 23 dBm or below. So that kind of a structure allows for protection of the satellite without putting density considerations, that instead of limiting the number of standard power access points, there could be EIRP mask kind of consideration that could be deployed so that the space services are protected.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Okay. Thank you very much. So I think what we can conclude here is that There is a government committee which has sent its recommendations, and the government is considering. From what I could understand from the discussion here is that there are ways to manage interference to the satellites by certain methods, not the AFC, but other methods. Now, let's move to other questions. If there are any other questions, so yes, now you can start. Come back to these other questions. Vimalji, please go ahead.
Thank you. Actually, this question is for Ravi ji. You mentioned that while justifying the higher power for 6G applications, that cutting the roads is a big challenge. But it's always possible to have micro tunneling across the roads, which would be much cheaper. And at the same time, you ensure a big pipe, because with any amount of radio, because I've seen the fixed wireless access in many societies in Gurgaon, and it's really pathetic, to tell you honestly, despite a lot of hype about it, but wherever the fiber reaches, it's infinite potential after that. So, I mean, why can't we look at those techniques, like I mentioned, micro tunneling, rather than use this technology, 6 gigahertz band, for an alternative to fiber? That's the point.
Thank you.
I think fiber-based technologies, which you said, goes into the root of the network planning. So, as telcos, I think we have done that. We have adopted all the technologies which you have mentioned. Everybody is doing that. You can control the technology, you can control your network. What you can't control is the user and the public behavior. The RWA, whose members wants the connection, the same RWA does not give you the permission to enter into the society or the building. So while the member wants it, but the RWA will not give you the permission. The users or the offices wants a broadband connection, but the building owner will not give you the permission, because everybody wants to see this as an opportunity or a source of revenue. That makes it extremely not difficult, not from technology perspective, but from the operational perspective, where the ROW cost is multiple times of the cost of actual laying the fiber. In such scenario, you cannot create economically viable networks. While Government of India has done a lot in this direction by coming out with ROW rules, wherein most of the states, majority of the states have adopted it, but many of the municipalities are yet in the process of adopting it. But what comes is the last mile, which is the societies, the RWAs, the local bodies, the public entities like airport, metros, railway stations. They don't give you the permission, or they would ask for a skyrocketing price at which you will never build the network there. So it's easier said than done. That is why wireless comes in handy. So basically aim is either you wait for all these permissions and build the network in next 50 years, or you go for wireless, build the network in next 2 years, reap the benefit, economic benefit of providing the broadband, and then replace this wireless with a more reliable wireline network. So both have to go hand in hand, side by side. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think
just a mention, Paramjit ji mentioned about why can't the service providers also look at Wi-Fi in a friendly manner. I think there is a vested interest for the service providers to look at Wi-Fi because then they can use their outdoor network more efficiently in terms of spectrum. And they're already doing that, as was pointed out. That's what I wanted to mention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So clearly there are place for both the technologies. There is a place for fiber, there is a place for Wi-Fi, there is a place for other wireless technologies, other wireline technologies. And all of those will have to coexist. So there's no that you can use only one technology. Maybe in Gurgaon it is possible, but other places it may not be so easy. So we need to use wireless also. Any other question? We had some question on AFC. Oh, here also. Okay, please go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks. Question for any Jitendra Singh or Ravi or anyone, any of the panel members. I'm just curious, with the Wi-Fi, a great discussion on 6 gigahertz. But as we move on from 2.4 to 5.8 to 6 gigahertz, any thoughts, and since we all from top industries, on the cybersecurity aspect? My concern is, do you see any potential challenges as far as cybersecurity is concerned as you go to 6 gigahertz? I'm just curious to know about that.
Thank you. Good question. I think cyber security issue is same across all these frequency bands. It does not, in my view, change. Maybe different use cases come into play, so you need to ensure that those also come into same category of rules which are existing for cybersecurity. In this case, it is a discussion which we are having here is about standard power transmission, which is point to multi-point, typically managed by telecom operators, which already fall under that category. In fact, they are responsible for ensuring that aspect. So I don't think that there's any new thing which has to be done by government in this. Maybe when equipment is coming in India and then we are getting it in the market, and then that ETA or equipment type approval and those activities are important to ensure that whatever has been established in terms of regulatory provisions for the cybersecurity aspect, that should be taken care of. But whether it is 6 gigahertz, because cybersecurity or someone who's trying to misuse that channel is not aware of whether it is 6 gigahertz being used or it is 5 gigahertz or 2.4 gigahertz. So for them, it is a transparent thing. So rule and regulations should be transparent and probably will be and are transparent for irrespective of what frequency band you're using. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. As you rightly say, it is irrelevant whether we use 2.4 or 5 gigahertz. What I can also add is that as we go to the 6 gigahertz and newer technologies, for example, Wi-Fi 6 or Wi-Fi 7, they have a better security handling features that are inbuilt into the technology itself. So the newer technologies definitely have more robust security protocols as compared to the previous versions of the IEEE technologies. So that's definitely there is an improvement. But cybersecurity misuse for whatever reasons is independent of the link that you use. Thank you very much. Yes, Paranjit, please.
Add to that, that we in the Wi-Fi Alliance, we work very closely for the standards, and then we come out with the certification programs. And as Bharatji very rightly said, that, we are making sure that the 6 gigahertz Wi-Fi products, whether it's Wi-Fi 6E or Wi-Fi 7, and the upcoming Wi-Fi 8, which will be launched by third quarter of 2028, and already work is started on Wi-Fi 9. These are all technologies which we make sure that the security is a very, very major highlight, and we work with the cybersecurity companies, and many of the cybersecurity companies are our valued members as well. So we ensure that, the product is secure enough, the Wi-Fi 7, the 6 gigahertz Wi-Fi products are secure enough there. So that was one point I wanted to make. And earlier for the AFC, I just wanted to point out very quickly that there are two aspects to that. One is the use of AFC standard power operation in a regular environment, whether it's in a home environment or in a factory environment or an industry environment. where we have seen a significant enhancement of the coverage and the lower latency, which is enabled through the AFC. So when I'm talking more from that perspective, I'm not talking more from, and that doesn't affect, ISRO's connectivity or, I mean, what do you say, the misuse or the in-between interference, in between the satellite links or any other kind of link, it doesn't happen here. For us, we believe that the AFC standard power for normal usage we're talking about, whether it's in home, factories, really enhances, and it's not a regulatory thing about AFC. It is the way which for the next decade of Wi-Fi, AFC standard power operation will have to be there. Otherwise, you will never get the benefit of the full 6 gigahertz. Yeah. That's what the Wi-Fi Alliance believes. That is our view. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions before I move to the next topic? Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, this question is for Jitendra ji. You mentioned about this LBT. In the case of critical applications, will LBT actually work?
Thank you. LBT, I think, is physical layer activity, irrespective of what criticality of services. There will be protocols to handle those criticalities or the importance of latency requirements of those services, which will be handled by higher layers. But at this particular level, it is, before it is transmitting, it is seeing whether there's any other transmission going on or not. So it is Wi-Fi. It is not, it is as is service. It is not a guaranteed service in some sense, like what you have in IMT services, license services. So I'm not sure that how it will be handled at LBT level, because LBT is every microsecond or millisecond, whatever time frame has been set for LBT activity to sense the environment before it makes a transmission. Because if it makes a transmission and there's already some transmission already going on, then it is going to become a kind of interference to the receiver. So which is not desirable. So you can use it, but at a different layer.
Say like in the case of health applications or something, where there are critical applications there, if it has to wait, then it could be a challenge at times.
I think when we are talking this LBT waiting is few milliseconds. So whether that is good enough to handle that criticality of the situation or not is something which is a different story.
Thank you very much. Now, let me quickly come to the last question for this panel. Discussions, it seems to indicate that AFC will be difficult to implement in India. And so if we have to implement standard power, delicensing may not be the easy route. And therefore, maybe some kind of a limited licensing route may be adopted for this band for using the standard power. So what does the panel feel about what kind of a quick licensing route or some other way for implementing the standard power could be used instead of AFC while making sure the fixed links are protected and the satellite links are protected? This could be done to some kind of a easy licensing route rather than a total delicensing. So maybe I can start from.
I think this is unlike that we cannot bring in any kind of licensing here. To limit the devices, there can be device registration. So the device registration methodology is already there. There are many ways of registering that. One could be MTCT. If that is not there, you can always have a portal like, instead of having an AFC kind of a portal, you can have a simpler portal on which the device registration at a nominal registration fee can be registered. And with that, with the help of that registered devices, we can track the number of total devices and which can be reviewed monthly, quarterly, 6 monthly, etc. And the subsequent decision can be taken whether to to now stop it. The sufficient number of devices have already come in. Now let's stop it and review the interference scenario or continue it with it. So that should be the approach, not the licensing approach, because then we'll have a license Raj in the unlicensed spectrum. So you can't have both. You cannot have an unlicensed spectrum and then license it. So either it is unlicensed or licensed. If it is licensed, then there are other ways of. The industry had been demanding this spectrum for IMT. That would have been the license approach. Once the government has decided for unlicensed, then we cannot bring in licensing within the unlicensed thing. The device registration through some simple portal should be, I think, more than enough to control the number of devices. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any thoughts on this?
Like Ravi said that, if you see the draft rules of the administrative spectrum which the government has issued, there is a lot of focus on the portals where everything is online, and because the idea is to have a transparency, the idea is to have a better clarity with the stick SLA which the government is trying to do. I think the same thing we can extend it, a simple portals where, a simple process which meets the requirement of the government, but it is not giving too much disturbance to the user also.
Yeah, but that notification is for the licensed services. So
Yeah, but the idea is that you can create some sort of a portal so that you can, the information, maybe you can extend the portals, or maybe you can create some more portal, some other mechanisms where the users is able to, do very quickly and very fast.
Okay.
Actually, I touched upon this aspect earlier also, that the concern about the security of devices, security of the network, etc., is paramount in minds of the government and security agencies. And we, while using Wi-Fi, we become very insistent upon every session has to be authenticated. There are alternative mechanisms for it, just like Ravi sir suggested as well, that it could be a portal-based identification, as well as a long-term recognition of the device to connect on the Wi-Fi, because that also opens the roads for a broader public Wi-Fi setup, which is so very necessary and which has been tried earlier as well, but has not really worked out that well. Even when you go to airports, you also find a lot of struggle in terms of latching on to the Wi-Fi services, and it becomes a little daunting, especially for people who don't have their mobile data activated, or they're not very familiar with it. We have to also cater to the Bharat that exists, not just India. So it has to be made like a very seamless mechanism and something which can be device-led or systems-led, portal-led instead of person-led.
We have to really democratize every user, because user can be a big company, user can be an individual PTOA who has only one or two access points. So keeping that in mind, I think the broad spectrum of the users, they can come, register on the portal, get a registration, and then submit their usage. When they actually start using it, say within a month they have to submit, or within 2 months they have to submit, how much actually they are using. If they are not using, then that should be released and somebody else should be eligible for that. And say every quarter you can, the interference at the satellite can be measured through the OMC command. You can just put the command and see what the interference is. Just see whether any interference is coming or not. If the interference is coming, you can stop the registration. If the interference is not coming, then you can extend it for further few numbers of that. So it can be an ongoing, simple registration of devices process, and it will actually substitute AFC. You don't require AFC. The simple process would be actually more than sufficient for that. Thank you.
It will be kind of an Indian version of
Indian version of AFC.
Yeah, I think
Qualcomm may lose some business in India for not being able to set the AFC here, but I think we can have the Indian version of AFC.
Yeah, that's a good idea. And actually, pointed to Rajiv by taking that it is basically, when you're talking of delicensing, it is aim of government is to ensure that larger consumer base is able to access that resource. And if that is the case, then licensing is going against that basic understanding of policy, then we probably would not have discussed all these for so many years. So I think this is a good idea to go for a registration kind of solution where anyone who's going to put a particular unit somewhere should register it itself. And there should be some checks and balances in terms of some kind of fees to when you do this registration, so that no one is just trying to block everything and putting everything there, whether it is having those devices installed or not installed, to ensure that that does not happen. A similar example then can be further extended when we talk of, say, vehicle to infrastructure kind of solution in RSU being put. So you can actually do that kind of registration to ensure that the details are known. It is indirectly authorized activity done, whether by telecom operators or by other users who are going to use that for SP mode. But then it is not getting wasted. And then kind of periodic checks will ensure that it is a genuine thing which is being used and there's no interference being created by them.
Thank you very much. I think this was definitely a good discussion. So I think with that, so one more point. Yes. Last point.
Last point. I would, kind of very respectfully disagree with, the discussion which has just said that, AFC is not required. Like I said, AFC is not a regulatory discussion. It is more about the technology, and I really don't understand. And I give example, PM Vani announced with such great fanfare. Where are we today? Nowhere. Why? Because they never went for Passport and open roaming, which would enable seamless roaming for everybody over here. Same thing in India. Again, we want to find an Indian version of AFC. You should not do that. You have to follow the open standard, which is already set, which is already proven, and it does not require any regulatory approval. It's not AFC is not a it's not about regulation. It's about, you don't need any kind of excessive infrastructure for doing AFC enabled standard power operation. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So maybe last final remarks from the panel, just closing remarks from side. Just to summarize what you think.
I'm not a big fan of having the last word in, but yeah, thanks. It was illuminating for all of us. And when we try to put in many more policy nuances for every technology, it becomes a little self-defeating as a purpose itself. Technology has to grow. Policy cannot really, keep playing catch up overall. So the policy direction we need is a stable policy environment and a more growth-oriented, future-ready, technology-agnostic policy environment. That's our submission.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Quite interesting discussion, and it becomes more interesting when Ravi is at stage. So, we always learn from him the new things. So I think the essence is that definitely the India is a big market. It's a big, with a large populations. Definitely all technologies will continue to exist. On the basic premise that the rules of the game should be same. So when it comes to whether it comes to the regulatory parity or whether it comes to even the security rules, so that if the customer is over a licensed network or an unlicensed network, he should not have the feeling that at one side the security is good or the other side the security is not that good. That trust factor has to be there, and once that trust factor is there, then I'm sure that all the technologies will continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Last point.
I think I said whatever I wanted to, almost everything covered. So the point here is that any kind of spectrum, because majority of the discussion is around spectrum and technology. There are three elements which we should always, I think, try to segregate when we discuss spectrum, then technology, and its deployment, commercial deployment. So PM money is a deployment issue, not a technology issue. And all the challenges which are related are commercial and deployment challenges, nothing to do with technology. Technology is utilized by every kind of operator, whether it's a telecom operator or an ISP or a PDO or PDO. So everyone is using the technology, but in a different way it is deployed. And as far as spectrum is concerned, spectrum has only, I think, majorly two forms. When we discuss in reference to Wi-Fi, unlicensed or licensed, or terrestrial or satellite. So it is not a Wi-Fi spectrum or a 5G spectrum or a 4G spectrum, because all technology neutral environment, everything works in a technology neutral. I think normally what I do is I try to break the problem into different parts and then try to solve it rather than actually making it complex. Thank you.
Thank you. So first thing is that I would like to congratulate DOT for delicensing lower 6 gigahertz band. So that is something which has ensured that we are discussing this topic today. And I'm sure that whatever we discussed, especially since both telecom operators are here and one of my major consumer, Tata is here. So I think we will see this rollout happening, or the usage of this particular spectrum bands for various kind of usage in using Wi-Fi as a technology very soon in India. And that is something which is a welcome step, because we have been discussing this for almost 3 to 4 years to ensure that this band becomes available. So that is something which is something which we are looking forward to. Coming to other discussion about AFC, yes, there is a need to ensure protection of incumbents. And there are different means of ensuring that protection. One could be to put restrictions on the new technology or the new usages which is coming into that spectrum band, or other is to ensure that there is a good migration path established for the incumbents to reform into other frequency bands or other alternatives. So that is another way of looking at it. End of the day, it is about the country, how the country gets benefited with that spectrum. So that should be the priority one in my view. Spectrum is no one's individual or any organization's property. So it is a national thing, and then how best we can make use of that spectrum for the national cause. That should be the criteria in my view. And I think government has taken a very good step by delicensing this band in that sense. Whether this is for this lower 6 or when we talk of upper 6 and then for 6G, again, criteria should be how India gets benefited, not individual organizations or companies or individual users. So that is what I would like to say.
Yeah, thank you very much. And thanks for this great panel and discussion and the participants for their questions. Clearly, we have established that there is a need for standard power. Low power having been delicensed, I think government does need to move to the standard power. So standard power is needed. It should be allowed. The question only is how and with what conditions. So we discussed about whether AFC can be implemented or not. We discussed about how to protect the fixed point-to-point links. We discussed about how to protect the satellite links, the incumbent satellite links. And there are various possibilities of implementing the standard power in India. One thought, of course, is that we should follow the global standard, which is an AFC kind of working. Other is to work upon it and develop some indigenous solution. And the fourth, maybe a possible way could be some kind of a light licensing or a registration system. So all of those possibilities are existing. I know the report is already with the government and they're considering. Based on the discussions today and in the second session, in the afternoon sessions, we will develop some kind of a draft recommendations on this matter and then submit those to the government as an outcome of this session. And if anyone has any additional thoughts, do send it to us at IAFI, and we would take cognizance of those when we formulate our final recommendations to the government on this subject. With that, we would like to thank all our panelists and all the participants and hand it over back to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you very much for conducting the session so effortlessly. And I thank each of the dignitaries on stage for sparing their insightful time and for the beautiful session. I'd request Mr. Bhatia to kindly present a memento as a token of gratitude to all our speakers, starting with Miss Alka Asthana, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am. Can we have a huge hand, ladies and gentlemen? We thank Shri Jitendra Singh, sir. Thank you, sir. We thank Dr. Ravi Gandhi. Thank you very much, sir. And last but not the least, Shri Tarun Chitkara, sir. Thank you very much. I request our eminent panel to kindly pose for a group picture. Thank you. We now break for lunch, and I request everyone to kindly be back at 2 o'clock for the next session on 6 gigahertz Wi-Fi and INT coexistence. We'll be starting the session sharp at 2 o'clock. Requesting everyone to please join us for lunch and be back in time. Thank you very much.
Check one. A. Check A.
Check, check. May we request everyone to kindly settle down? We request everyone to kindly get settled. Requesting everyone at the back to please settle down. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Up next, we have a power-packed session on 6 gigahertz Wi-Fi and IMT coexistence. Allow me in welcoming on stage our eminent set of dignitaries, starting with the session chair, Shri Gulab Chandji, Joint Wireless Advisor, WPC DOT, Government of India. Can we have a huge round of applause and welcome Shri Gulab Chandji on stage? Shri Gulab Chandji holds Bachelor of Engineering degree in Electronics and Communications from NIT Durgapur. Joined as a Group A IRRS officer of 1992 batch and WPC wing of DOT. He has more than 30 years of experience in spectrum management. He participated in various ITU-R meetings held time to time on behalf of Indian administration. He has played a major role in various spectrum auctions in India since 2015. He is well known for his expertise in policy formulation, regulatory, licensing, and spectrum auction work. Welcome you, sir. Please welcome with a huge hand our set of speakers, Dr. David R. Koil Pillai, Chairman, Bharat 6G Alliance and Professor, IIT Madras. Dr. Koil Pillai is a true pioneer in wireless communications. He earned his BTech from IIT Madras before heading to the prestigious California Institute of Technology for his master's and PhD. He was even honored with the highest technical recognition at Ericsson, the Inventor of the Year Award in 1999. His technical areas of expertise include cellular and broadband wireless systems and DSP techniques for wireless communications. He has been responsible for launching the National Project Broadband Wireless Consortium of India. Welcome you, sir. Please welcome Shri R.K. Pathak, Director General, Bharat 6G Alliance, India. Shri Pathak has done his BE Honours and M.Tech. He has more than 33 years of experience in different disciplines, including entrepreneurship, standardization and promotion, development of manufacturing of telecom equipment, and investment promotions. He is the nodal officer for the implementation of 5G technology. He is former Deputy Director General in the Department of Telecom. Shri Pathak has additional responsibilities as Secretary of TPC and also Director of TCOE India. Welcome you, sir. Please welcome Dr. Puneet Rathore, Lead Technical Standards, Qualcomm India. He is a member IEEE and received PhD degree from Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay, India. He has more than 15 years of wireless research and development experience. He has a diverse experience of working as an academic researcher and a co-founder of a startup with deployed equipment in public safety agencies in India and multinational companies. His recent work has been focused on spectrum and standardization as a lead technical standards with Qualcomm Standards and Industry Organization. Welcome, sir. Please welcome Dr. Vivek Ashok Bora, member TSDSI and professor in the Institute of Information Technology, Delhi. He'll be joining us shortly. With a PhD in electrical and electronic engineering from Nanyang Technological University and having a prestigious Marie Curie postdoctoral fellowship, he has established himself as a leading visionary in next generation wireless and optical communication systems. At IIT Delhi, Dr. Bora leads Virocom, a research group, and is a co-founding faculty member of Trailblazing Li-Fi Center of Excellence. A highly decorated academic, he has authored more than 200 research publications and holds multiple patents and has won numerous awards at major international conferences. We'll be virtually joined by Mr. Hiral Modi, Head of Wireless Ecosystem Engineering, Meta. He leads the global wireless ecosystem strategy powering Meta's AI wearables and next-generation devices. He's a pioneer in connecting product innovation with telecommunications infrastructure, ensuring Meta's devices deliver exceptional wireless experiences worldwide. With 18 plus years of experience in mobile and telecommunications, including leadership positions at Motorola, Microsoft, and LG Mobile, Shri Hiral brings deep expertise in bridging the worlds of consumer technology and global connectivity. Welcome you, sir. I once again welcome our eminent dignitaries on stage and thank them for joining us today. And I hand over the session to our session chair, Shri Gulabchan, sir.
Good afternoon, audience, and my fellow panelists on the dais. So the second session has been organized for discussing the coexistence between IMT systems, that is 5G, 6G, and the 6G Wi-Fi systems. So the last session discussed about the coexistence issues being faced by the in-band services such as fixed satellite service, fixed service, etc. So, and this session is not going to discuss that. So many issues were discussed for the in-band with respect to possibilities of enhancing the power, etc. But this session is dedicated to studying the out-of-band emission and its limitation, and how the IMT system, which is a critical system, communication system, and Wi-Fi system, which is a opportunity-based effort case system, which is not a guaranteed system, whereas IMT is a guaranteed system. So this session is going to discuss how this kind of system is going to protect through technical measures the adjacent band operations, which are very highly sensitive and critical systems, that is IMT systems. So I got in my panel very distinguished speakers, And there is one online speaker, and I think I should allow him first to present his thoughts. Then I will turn to other speakers. So I welcome Mr. Hiral Modi, Head of Wireless Ecosystem Engineering, Meta, to present his views on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. I will start sharing my screen. Are you all able to see my screen properly?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Hiral Modi. I'm a part of Meta Reality Labs and responsible for leading the wireless ecosystem engineering. Before the band plans and the acronyms, may I please request everyone to picture where the world is actually heading. The next computing platform won't be the phone in your pocket. It's the AI wearable glasses. They see what you see, they hear what you hear, and be your proactive companion every single day. Imagine for a traveler, that's a real-time translation at a street market. For someone with hard of hearing, it's live captions in the conversation right in front of them. For a person with low vision, it's a calm voice describing the path ahead. This is not a demo reel. It's everyday independence. And it only works if the connectivity is everywhere, instant, but most importantly, invisible to the end user. That's why the band like upper 6 gigahertz matters. This is a readout from Europe on where the world is heading. The consensus forming on how we share this spectrum, because the choices being made now are the foundation for the next generation of human-centered computing. And the striking part, this isn't one stakeholder's opinion. Europe's technical body CEPT, its policy advisors like RSPG, and the national regulators like UK's Ofcom have independently landed on the same structure. That's a direction, not a debate. And I'll walk through each one of them. The first signal across Europe, the European Commission and the CEPT, the body that harmonizes spectrum across 47 European countries, are converging on two design choices for the upper 6 gigahertz band. One, a band split in the upper part of the band, and two, secondary access that let Wi-Fi use the mobile prioritized spectrum where it is not in use. The net effect is more usable Wi-Fi capacity layered on top of mobile priority. The same coexistence pattern showing up market after market rather than either or allocation. That is the most efficient use of the spectrum. The technical foundation is the CEPT Report B, the shared study, its preferred option, and the direction the region is setting on is a prioritized band split. The same conclusion the RSPG reached at the policy level. Two independent bodies, same answer. The 6585 to 7125 block, out of that, the 540 megahertz is designed for prioritized full power IMT. The 6425 to 6585 block, the 160 megahertz, is held as a guard band with an emission mask protecting today's lower Wi-Fi with no release until after WRC 27. The principle where the global thinking has matured is prioritized, not exclusive. The non-prioritized Wi-Fi can still operate in the mobile block as long as it causes no harmful interference. At a policy level, RSPG, the Commission's Spectrum Policy Advisory Group, set the long-term vision and And this band map captures where the Europe is heading. Again, like I showed in the previous slide, as part of the lower 6 gigahertz band, we already have 480 megahertz in Wi-Fi. The next 160 megahertz held in reserve until WRC 27, and then the next 540 megahertz to licensed mobile. And the 120 megahertz at the top still to be determined again at WRC 27. The pattern worth noting: the regulators are deliberately keeping all the options open and letting the global process at WRC 27 settle the undecided option. Now let's look at the Ofcom's approach. The UK shows how these directions become concrete. They are not waiting till WRC 27. Ofcom has 3 elements to its approach. One, a prioritized split, same as earlier. The lower 160 megahertz from the upper part of the band for Wi-Fi, 540 megahertz for mobile, and the Wi-Fi portion carrying the same proven condition as the lower 6 gigahertz, like VLP indoor. Sorry, the low power indoor and the VLP and the AFC, a database that tells devices where they may transmit across the band. The philosophy visible at the bottom right of the screen, where coordinated Wi-Fi gives away to mobile automatically. Coexistence by coordination, the model more and more of the world is adopting. And notice the pattern. Ofcom is working independently, lands on the same 160-540 split and the AFC approach as CEPT study and the RSPG opinion. 3 bodies, 3 technical levels reaching the same answer. That is convergence, a global direction and not a single point of view. This is a very busy slide. It basically shows the roadmap, 3 layers, the policy layer, the technical layer, and the strategic read is basically the direction is effectively set. What remains is sequencing, and the WRC 27 is the pivotal date. You can see at the bottom that everybody's waiting for WRC 27 for discussions to happen, with the fast follow-on analysis of the discussion and then a quick readout of the actual decision. To close it off, I want to start where we started. Strip away all the band plans and the timelines. This is about people. The direction is set, a coordinated, shared upper 6 gigahertz, mobile prioritized with genuine Wi-Fi access through the band split and AFC. On a lower 6 gigahertz, that's already Wi-Fi. With WRC 27, the milestone to watch. But the reason it matters is the next billion people who will wear these devices, including the ones who rely on them to hear a conversation, read a street sign, or find their way home. Getting the spectrum right is how we make that future work for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Modi, for your inputs, which enlightened us on the vision of the European Union and especially the Ofcom, the path which they are taking forward towards the use of 6 gigahertz band in a shared manner. Most basically, the upper part, as you said, is being shared between the mobile as well as the Wi-Fi services. And the middle part, 160 megahertz is very low power or low power Wi-Fi only. And the lowest part is full-blown Wi-Fi. And the full-blown Wi-Fi has been given a guard band of 20 megahertz at the lower end. And the mixed Wi-Fi and the IMT at the extreme upper part, that is 7125, has been given few megahertz for their protection. The guard band on both the sides and a middle band for low Wi-Fi. So that appears to be a very fantastic plan. I think that will provide a lot of input to a country like India, which has not yet kind of come out with its frequency plan for this band. So I really sincerely thank you for your presentation. Thanks a lot. In the line of speaker, I would invite the next speaker, Dr. Vivek Ashok Bohara, member TSTSI and Professor, Indraprastha Institute of Information Technology, Delhi. Over to you.
Hi. Good afternoon to everyone. Sorry, I was a bit late. I was in another meeting since morning. And thanks for giving me this opportunity to present my insights into the upper 6 GHz band. So I'm going to present more of academic perspective. And since Professor David is here, I don't know whether you've already presented or you're going to present. You're going to present later. So I think he's going to give another perspective from academics. So, just a disclaimer. So basically, my research area is not exactly on IMT or Wi-Fi to be more exact. Basically, I work on optical wireless, but since recently I've started having some interest on unlicensed band, typically Wi-Fi bands, and typically 6 GHz band, what we do, Wi-Fi 6E and Wi-Fi 7. So I'm going to give some bright perspective in just few minutes. So this is just a background. So I'll just skip this slide since Hiral has already mentioned what is the motivation behind going towards upper 6 GHz band for IMT application, and what challenges do we have in terms of Wi-Fi, in terms of interference from the upper 6 GHz band to the Wi-Fi band, although they're lying in the adjacent spectrum. Then I will just coexistence challenges, AI native, how AI can help you to segregate or do AFCs, automated frequency coordination, or dynamic spectrum access. Typically in academic fraternity, we call it as cognitive radio. You can sense the spectrum and accordingly orient or direct your frequency beam towards that direction so that interference can be minimized. So this is broad. I've just skipped some slides because this is my research group that I'm working in IIIT Delhi, and this is Center of Excellence on Wi-Fi that we have in IIIT Delhi. And all of these are funded by from the government or private enterprises. And these are few NPTEL. I'll just skip some introduction what we have. And the key message, I think, that was very obvious with the start of this session is that 6.425 GHz to 7.125 GHz band represents one of the last globally available mid-spectrum band opportunities. And we typically call it upper 6 GHz band, and it's part of typically FR3. FR1, we already know it's below 6 GHz. FR2 was typically millimeter wave from 24 GHz to some people call it as 51 GHz or 70 GHz. FR3 is going to be sort of a midway between the lower sub 6 GHz that was typically for coverage and upper millimeter wave that was typically for capacity. So it lies in a very sweet spot of this band, that is upper 6 GHz, 6.425 GHz to 7.125 GHz. So mid-band, upper mid-band is sometimes known as. And as we know, the traffic mobile growth has been sort of exponential till now. And as per some studies, by 2035, it's going to be 20% CAGR. And if you see the spectrum availability versus demand versus availability, so in so spectrum, so you can see the chart by 2031, 2035, the amount of spectrum that is going to be required vis-a-vis what is available, there's a huge gap. And we feel that the upper 6 GHz band can fit into this gap and provide services that are not possible with the current 5G standards or previous standards also. So this is what I've already mentioned. So this is the previously was legacy bands was coverage. Future bands, terahertz or millimeter wave were extreme capacity, but this band is for the middle of capacity plus coverage. And this is also known as FR3, as we already know, and next generation port performance and all this thing. And so obviously another question that typically comes into mind, why 6.4 to 7.125? And this is the vast spectrum, IMT 2030, 6G, and obviously next generation use cases, existing services. And the main challenge is what we see as already pointed out, how can we exist, IMT can exist in this band without interfering with the existing services, and as well as lower 6 GHz band at the Wi-Fi 6E. So there are a lot of techniques through which we can alleviate some of the problems that we see for this band. And So global regulation, I think Hiral already talked about what sort of regulations we already have in terms of which countries are following which spectrum, so which countries are following Wi-Fi, which countries are following ILT. This slightly changed with this ITU-APT 5D meeting. So where the coexistence was like most of them are preferring something like a hybrid approaches where lower 6 gigahertz typically for Wi-Fi and 6.4 beyond typically for IMT. The challenge again is the coexistence in this adjacent band between Wi-Fi and the IMT. So the existing adjacent services is fixed services, FSS, fixed access services, radio astronomy services, all this typically operates in the upper 6 gigahertz band. And how can we coexist with this band with IMT and Wi-Fi? So again, as I already mentioned, the below 6.425, this services typically exist, and above 7.125, this typically exists. So the challenge again is the coexistence between the IMT, Wi-Fi, and existing services that we see in this slide. So again, existing and coexisting challenges, as I already mentioned, out-of-band emissions. How can we alleviate? Typically, if you see IMT services typically has a larger out-of-band emissions, and this will typically impact the Wi-Fi services that are typically operating below 6 gigahertz. How can we ensure this out-of-band emissions typically does not impact the performance of Wi-Fi? Similarly, that goes for adjacent channel leakage ratio and receiver desensitization, because receiver sensitivity is again a very, very important problem for Wi-Fi. If the IMT bands start interfering in the Wi-Fi band, typically Wi-Fi receivers will be sort of saturated, and it will cause a lot of problems in terms of SNR and throughput. And so interference mechanism. So there's a victim receiver. Suppose this is a Wi-Fi receiver, and you have out-of-band radiations coming on from the IMT services. How this Wi-Fi receiver may cope up with this out-of-band emissions coming out from the IMT band, that is 6.425, 7.125 megahertz. So apart from that, we also wanted transmitter interfering blockage. So this is again a receiver, victim receiver, and you can see this is the wanted signal. That is typically a Wi-Fi signal, and adjacent to this Wi-Fi signal, typically you have the IMT signal. And as we know that since IMT will typically have a larger power as compared to the Wi-Fi signal, it will impact the performance of the Wi-Fi signal as well. And this is another multiple, the interference can come from multiple receivers as well. So this is another scenario where with the interference, multiple receivers, multiple transmitters are interfering with the Wi-Fi receiver, victim receiver in this case. Then, so coexistence, I've already seen that these are 4 main challenges for coexistence between Wi-Fi and the IMT. So SINR, auto-band emissions, adjacent leakage, receiver blocking, and SINR throughput. So international regulatory landscape. So this ITU framework is there. So regional coexistence, balanced utilization, and emission and out-of-band addition, guard band. Guard band is one of the possible solutions, but the problem with the guard bands is that it will typically is wastage of spectrum. So we need to come up with innovative techniques like AFCs or emission regulations or restriction in terms of interference to alleviate this problem of coexistence. So AI spectrum management and all these things are regulatory limits, multi-layer harmonized standards. So interference mechanism is one of them. So power spectral density is again out of band. Again, in interest of time, skipping through the slides, but the challenges everybody knows. What are challenges when there's a Wi-Fi is coexisting with the IMT band? So again, scenario definition. So scenario definition. So propagation modeling. So another thing interesting thing that we already know is that for indoor there is not a big problem, because typically indoor Wi-Fi scenarios the problem is not that acute as compared to operating Wi-Fi in outdoors. Indoor, typically the attenuation of the IMT bands are very severe. So typically indoor Wi-Fi performance will not be impacted that much, but outdoor we need to come up with some sort of regulatory guidelines or interference management schemes so that outdoor Wi-Fi performance is not getting impacted. So there are a lot of ways to do it. And then so there are strict out-of-band emission limitation, interference mitigation, frequency specific allocation, AFCs. I think we will also talk about AFCs. Then again, some techniques that I think we can skip some part of it. Then coordination mechanism, spectrum database, the planning of Wi-Fi access point will be a very crucial matter, as well as planning of IMT deployment, base station deployment, again, is going to be very, very crucial if you want Wi-Fi and the IMT systems to coexist with each other. So again, AI is something that we have been working on, how to use AI for dynamic spectrum sharing, where in which cases that I've already mentioned something about cognitive radio and dynamic spectrum access, and how AI can facilitate the proper spectrum allocation between the IMT bands so that interference to Wi-Fi is minimized. Again, this is something dynamic spectrum sharing for 6G. Again, this is what a broad idea what I had in terms of spectrum sharing. So typically for Indian recommendation, you should have receiver standards, enhanced adjacent channel selectivity, minimum blocking performance, interoperability, certification, guard bands, and emission limits, so that you can have specific strict emission limits for IMT bands, so that they do not interfere with the existing Wi-Fi band, and you can use AI for coordination and monitoring, so that the interface level stays below a specific threshold. So, conclusion and way forward, strategic spectrum value 6.4125 to 7125 megahertz is critical enabler for IMT 2030 6G, offering the optimal balance between broad coverage and high capacity, coexistence, feasibility, adjacent channel coexistence technically feasible, and as some recent studies in US, Europe, and some studies have already pointed out is feasible, and India should also look into it. Strict emission limits and guard bands, enhanced receiver standards, coordination mechanism, AI native future. ENT management and digital twins will be a backbone of dynamic sharing, enabling real-time interference mitigation ecosystem, and global roadmap. International harmonization and evidence-based studies are mandatory to maximize global utility while safeguarding incumbents. So that's it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vivek, for your insights into the subject. As I understand, I think you said if the Wi-Fi in 6 gigahertz deployed outside, which was one of the discussions in the first session of today. So there are going to be challenges from the IMT base station to the Wi-Fi devices. So that's a challenge which has been brought out by you. And in tackling that challenge, I think you said AFC and AI could be handy. So really, really fantastic views. And so that could be kind of like thought upon and discussed by the government when they are formulating the band plan for through auction or otherwise. Because as I see, there is really a need for guard band if you are really thinking of considering the Wi-Fi deployment outside the houses. Inside the houses, there is no issue, of course, because of the penetration of the signal is very less through the walls. So thank you for your views. My next speaker is, may I request Dr. R. David Oil Pillai, Chairman, Bharat 6G Alliance and Professor IT Madras, for his point of view.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity to share a brief perspective on the roadmap to 6G. And as was mentioned in the morning session, we see IMT 2030 and Wi-Fi as complementary technologies. And as we look at an India perspective of how we move towards 6G, support the applications, we believe that it's a very important step that we look at how both of these technologies can succeed and provide us with the best possible services. So I start with a quick mention of what our Bharat 6G vision is in terms of 6G. In addition to all the aspects that are traditionally associated with 6G and with Wi-Fi evolution, we also want to address the aspects of affordability, sustainability, and ubiquitous coverage. And that is where we see a tremendous amount of synergy. For those who are not familiar with Bharat 6G Alliance, just one slide was formed in 2023 and is looking at the holistic picture of what is there in terms of 6G, the opportunities before us, and our activities are coordinated by 7 working groups. When it comes to technology and spectrum, we have 2 working groups, one on spectrum, one on technology, and that's where these topics are discussed actively in our alliance. Now, moving to the 6G context, what are the things that we are looking for? Of course, affordability, sustainability, and ubiquitous coverage. We would like to see India as a strong player in the 6G ecosystem, contribute to the global IP, looking at the capacity building within the country. Then you ask the question on what are we building? That's the transition towards 5G, where we see that India has had a tremendous success in terms of the rollout of 5G. We see strong growth in Wi-Fi. We see the fixed wireless access as a technology that is growing, but also pointing out that need for in-building solutions seems to be growing on a daily basis. So when we look at a holistic picture, we see that these are the situations. And of course, in terms of the standardization, we have ITU, 3GPP, and IEEE that are working on that. The role that Bharat 6G Alliance is playing is to bring together the players within the ecosystem to identify what are some of the key technologies, what are the ways in which we can look at the R&D development, ecosystem development, and how do we take these information to the standards. And we are working closely with the different ministries within the government of India, DOT, MIT, and DST to look at how these initiatives can be funded, how these can be taken forward. As we look at the roadmap targets, we have very clearly defined by the Honorable Prime Minister on what we want to do. But a key aspect is what we are discussing today is the aspect of the spectrum bands and how we can enable both the technologies to move forward, how we can coexist, and how we can leverage one alongside the other. Some of the aspects specifically to the ubiquitous coverage. As you may have heard recently in the ITU meetings, we have proposed a single cell large coverage, which is a requirement from India that has been accepted. Of course, we are looking at the tight integration between cellular and Wi-Fi and also terrestrial and non-terrestrial. So basically, ubiquitous coverage takes a large span and a perspective that is very broad. And of course, we are looking to bring together the players of the ecosystem so that we can build on that. So what exactly is single cell large coverage? Basically to say that in a rural setting, we should be able to expand the coverage and the footprint of a single base station. Again, these are in line with what has been visualized as ubiquitous coverage. We had several speakers, including Mr. Modi, who at the topic touched upon the topic of spectrum. I thought I would just mention we have certain bands that were discussed in WRC 23, some which are going to be discussed in WRC 27, and then beneath it, the bands that are of interest within India. Yes, from 5.925 to 6.425, this is the unlicensed spectrum, and above that starts the licensed spectrum, and we're looking at what are the need for guard bands, looking for interference studies, coexistence studies. A number of things are happening, not yet decided, but we are definitely looking to see what has been discussed in Europe and other countries so that we can learn from those as we go forward. So to summarize, I believe that the timing is very important. This year and next year are where a lot of decisions are going to be taking place. We're looking to see how we can fund the R&D work, how we can look at coexistence studies, interference studies, and also look at in-building solutions, the ubiquitous needs for ubiquitous coverage. So it's going to be an interesting time. And once again, I end on the note that we are not looking at competing technologies, but on complementary technologies, which must both work together to give us the best solutions going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Koil Pillai, for highlighting the activities undertaken by Bharat 6G Alliance and your emphasis on the new upcoming bands of 7 gigahertz and 14 gigahertz. So thanks for your views. And next, I would like to invite Shri Rajesh Kumar Pathak ji, Director General Bharat 6G Alliance India, for his views.
Good afternoon. I think already my chairman has stated our position, official position. But let me say something different. It's about the coexistence. So we both are coexisting here. So thank you, Bhatia Sahab, for bringing both together. And even my government nominee also on the board, Mr. Gulab Chandji, he has, I think, been a torchbearer to us. What is important to me, let me share my perspective, nothing to do with the coexistence or, I mean, what are the various, you say, filter and all those things. That is a technical subject. But in case of 6G, India started very early, and there was a task force report headed by Department of Telecommunication when even I was there. So they published the roadmap for 2030. That is important, that if for any country, if you want to become innovator, then your road should be very clear. And that's what I think we did. Next comes that this I learned when I was trying to see what is 5G. That for any country, if you take the early decisions on a spectrum, then it's important that you allocate those spectrum to your startups, your own companies, and do trials. And you do successful trials, in fact, make money, and then go for the world and just influence global decisions that this is the right chunk of spectrum you should also use. And by that time, you should at least scale up your own ventures. Okay. So even in this case, subsequently, we have released from Bharat 6G Alliance, which is the research alliance, 2 reports, and that were headed by our chairman. So serve as the basically looking after the chair as a spectrum group as well. And we have given very clear our roadmap, what as a industry we feel, industry alliance we feel for the government for 6G. So here my thought process is that if you are saying either it's the lower 6G or upper 6G, we should do now the more and more pilots, trials, actual deployment wherever I think you have taken the decision. Because even we have invited from Bharat 6G Alliance all the researchers. Researchers means am I referring to academia, startups, industry, whether that's global or Indian, to do trials in at least 400 megahertz we have in the upper band, which is I think clear. So can you do the trial right now? And government has requested us, and we have requested all our members, can you do the technology trials pilots in this band? And as far as the spectrum allocation is concerned, from the 5G itself, government has a very liberal policy for giving you spectrum for technology trials. So I'm sure that that will be applicable for even upper 6G or even golden bands. Golden bands for India is from 64 to 84, something like completely, I think, 2000. So we have. So this is a golden opportunity for anyone from India to start doing the technology trial. And I think we have the favorable government. And I'm sure that very soon they will be start funding, because they have announced a scheme for pilots and technology trials in the form of technology development investment promotion recently on 22nd of April, that even they can give to startup MSC up to 50 lakhs for pilots and trials. So this is my thought process. My thought process is that we should promote more and more pilots in these bands.
Thank you, Pathak Saab, for your fantastic views that it's undeniable that we should do more and more R&D and do pilots before we are really ready to deploy the technology and develop indigenous technologies. Thank you for your views. My last but not the least speaker is Dr. Puneet Rathod. He is heading heading the 7 gigahertz drafting group in ITU-R Working Party 5D. And this is the band which is being discussed maximum in the 5D domain, Working Party 5D domain. It is attracting maximum number of inputs and inviting a lot of, generating a lot of heat during discussions and all that. So he is at the forefront of it, and he's an expert, and I think he will give you a good insight into the coexistence aspect of Wi-Fi and IMT, upcoming IMT 5G or 6G in the upper 6 gigahertz band. Over to you, Dr. Puneet.
Thank you, Gulab Chandji, and also thanks for reminding. This is also one of the things responsible for accelerated aging for me over the last few years because of the new agenda item on 6G. But jokes apart, I think many of my co-panelists brought up the key importance of the new 6G spectrum band, and particularly Professor David and also Pathakji bringing out that within India there is this
serious consideration and a high priority that we have been looking at all the way from 6.425 to 8.4 gigahertz as a golden band, and then as an opportunity for us to truly lead. And this is towards this, particularly with support of the Indian administration and particularly WPC, that India is also then having that leadership in ITUR in working 45D, which through me we are able to do that work for the ITUR. But having said that, let me come back to the topic of Wi-Fi in the immediate adjacent band, which is below 6.425, and then IMT, which is at 6.425 and above. In the Indian context, as of the publication of the National Frequency Allocation Plan 2025, the NFAP clearly, that was the moment where there were two decisions which were available to us. One was in principle understanding, which is now documented as per the Gazette, which was published in January this year, which is delicensing the Wi-Fi below 6.425, and then in the NFAP 2025 about the decision of IMT from 6.425 to 7.125. This was also then as part of the TRAI consultation paper on the option of this band for IMT. We have a recommendation which is talking about potentially considering this as a single larger potential chunk once we have clarity from WRC on the 6G band, because then immediately above 7.125, we may have some additional spectrum possibly coming after WRC 27. That may give us a better picture on the quantum of spectrum available, whether it is 700 or whether it is more than 700, which can allow us to clearly define the blocks of how much spectrum per operator we can have within India. Coming to the specific topic about the adjacent band, we have similar situation in the past where the Wi-Fi being a time division kind of a technology in the 2.4 gigahertz, 2.3 gigahertz, another TDD band in India where there is IMT, and we do not have any guard band. It is zero guard band for all practical purposes. And a lot of the techniques that were discussed, both by my co-panelist Hiral in the first presentation and also by Professor Vivek subsequently, about discussing out-of-band emissions, lock edge masks, and these were truly the kind of techniques that were also well implemented. They are in practice in that 2.4 gigahertz Wi-Fi and below 2.4 gigahertz IMT. And when we discuss these kind of topics, there is one element which we saw in the lot of very nice pictures in terms of when we imagine there is a Wi-Fi base station and then there is a Wi-Fi, where there is an IMT base station and Wi-Fi access point. So these are two devices which are separate from each other, and then how much separation is there between these two can help us in achieving that coexistence. But in addition to this, there is also an in-device aspect. We have our mobile phones, probably laptops, tablets, which will have both the technologies. And the 2.4 gigahertz does a similar in-device coexistence as part of the implementation, where not only the RF, but the antenna implementation, there is isolation which is built into the system so that the Wi-Fi operating in the 2.4 gigahertz does not end up saturating the 3GPP 2.3 gigahertz LTE signals and vice versa. So there have been techniques which have been discussed in the past. In our Indian telecom networks, there have been discussions on these block edge mask in the 2.3 gigahertz where we have implemented IMT networks without sacrificing very large portions of the band as guard. And before we venture into, say, discussing very large quantum of spectrum as a guard band, and I would also like to acknowledge the presentation from Hiral that truly the discussion is about optimal utilization of all the spectrum available without leaving some chunk unutilized. So So there are past experiences that we can look up to. The techniques are similar, which are getting discussed now as well. So there may be a possibility to optimally utilize without creating, say, unutilized guard band in between. So with that, I will give it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Puneet, for your views. I think he sees a possibility of finding a technical solution of not resorting to a guard band at all or to a smaller guard band if required. So I think so we need to set our foot on the path of discussion to resolve all such issues, to find out a way forward and solution to these kind of issues, especially in the light of the fact that we would be considering the deployment of Wi-Fi outdoors. So I think my fellow panelists have spoken, and may I request the audience, there is still a lot of time to go. If the audience has got any questions, they are free to ask, and we'll try to answer one by one to the best of our ability. Thank you. Oh, fantastic. There are no questions. So I would ask one question to Dr. Puneet. So Dr. Puneet, can you just elaborate as to what were the solutions found out to resolve the interference between 2300 megahertz IMT and 2400 megahertz of this Wi-Fi?
Thank you. So in the immediate vicinity, which is the last 5 to 10 megahertz of the IMT band, from the implementation point of view, there are block edge masks, which are part of the solution. At the time of implementing those IMT technologies, there was already a wide scale legacy implementation of Wi-Fi in the 2.4 gigahertz band. So a lot of discussion was about how to protect the existing Wi-Fi from the IMT, which will come very close to that edge of the band. So in the last 5 to 10 megahertz of the IMT network, the discussion was about, instead of a gradual out of band emission, which is typically not a very strict rectangular cutoff, it was for this particular edge, there was a block edge mask, which was a more stringent out of band emission, which was discussed. So one of the topics which was also mentioned by Hiral in his presentation was similar, that one of the techniques being discussed currently for the 6 gigahertz is also about the block edge mask for IMT and Wi-Fi in the immediate vicinity. So the quantum of spectrum is not in the order of hundreds of megahertz, but 5-10 megahertz in that range. So this was for the 2.4 gigahertz.
Thank you for your answer. So I would request Dr. Vivek to just have his counter comments on Dr. Puneet's.
I think I agree with Puneet, but we have come a long way from 2.4 to 5 now, around 6 gigahertz. When it was proposed for 2.3 and 2.4, the AI was not powerful, as powerful as what is today, I think. And the interference management schemes and the receiver sensitivity has improved a lot. In fact, transmitter transmitter power has also increased a bit. So the techniques that were possible on 2.3 and 2.4 are also possible here, but we can also complement them with advanced AI techniques, designing better receiver sensitivities, and strategic deployment of Wi-Fi access point as well as IMT base stations. The main takeaway, I think, in this case will be how the deployment of the Wi-Fi access point and how the deployment of IMT base station takes place. Obviously, because if you see the conventional path loss model, if the Wi-Fi access point and the IMT base stations are very co-located, obviously interference power will be very high. But if you can strategically allocate the frequency bands for IMT base station, so that interference from the IMT to the Wi-Fi access point is minimized, obviously be a win-win situation. Because the interface from Wi-Fi to IMT will be not that much of a problem because the Wi-Fi transit power is typically far more lower as compared to IMT base stations. So this is what I feel like. The AI-driven spectrum allocation, AFC's strategic location of the Wi-Fi access point as well as IMT base station will be a game changer as we move forward for upper 6 gigahertz band and lower 6 gigahertz band. This is my take. Thank you.
Thanks for your nice views, but I think you're talking about the coordination between the IMT provider and the Wi-Fi provider,
Correct.
which in India, of course, it lacks very much. I have never seen such a coordination happening in any sector, actually. So ultimately, it calls upon the government to take care of.
Yes.
Like,
Regulatory.
it's a big regulatory headache as to control the deployment of access points and vis-a-vis the IMT base stations. So that's a big challenge, actually. So I think discussions are still on, and the studies, as Ravi Gandhi said in the first session, studies have been completed at IIT. Let us see what comes out finally. I think, Bhatis, you wanted to ask something? Yeah, Mr. Modi wants to speak.
Hi, just wanted to ask one question, maybe Hiral or somebody can respond. There have been large number of studies within the European Union, particularly the Ofcom, in the 6 gigahertz band, upper and lower. And there was some possibility of coexistence that came out of those studies. So could you, in a nutshell, summarize what was the final outcome from the Ofcom study that was there? And then I have one more question is, will it be different if it is only the low power Wi-Fi, or if we have standard power Wi-Fi in the lower gigahertz band and normal IMT in the upper band, whether there's coexistence scenarios will be much different? Thank you.
Mr. Modi, could you hear the question from Mr. Bhatia, or should I repeat it?
No, I did. Thank you. I think the question was what basically came out of the Ofcom study, and if there are technical evidence that can help us. I think two tracks, right? The adjacent channel, the BEM mask and the out-of-block emission limits, plus the ACLR, ACS analysis to size the guard band. The co-channel in-band Wi-Fi. There have been plenty of SIMCAT Monte Carlo simulation and lab and field measurement that basically shows the existing results, less than 1% chance of the harmful impact to the base station. Basically just one time sub-millisecond at a power on, which is less than 1 dB SNR change at the G node B. None of them below the 75 dBm, with 2 million VLP devices in sector. So again, I think the analysis was if you were to have those allocation done for the lower 160 of the upper band to Wi-Fi, and then the upper part to IMT with the proper rules, which have been nothing new for us in place, they both can coexist at the same time. And that basically shows the most efficient use of the spectrum and not leaving anything behind.
Thank you, Mr. Modi, for your views. But as I saw in your presentation, there was some portion left at this thing as some kind of guard band between our low power Wi-Fi of 160 megahertz, just below 6425 megahertz. So that was basically to prevent the Wi-Fi getting interfered from IMT or vice versa.
I think it would work for both sides, so that none of them will spill into the other lane.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks a lot. Mr. Malhotra. Sorry for the mispronunciation.
Thank you. There is one thing different, entirely different I want to know. We have been talking about the sensitivity of the transmitters, interference mitigation, lot of. Why don't we talk about the receiver sensitivity? So if we improve the receiver sensitivity, a lot of things can be done easily. And when we are talking the AI and all those, we can work it out easily. And numbers are more. In that particular, the cost will not be prohibitive factor. Has any work done on that?
So a very appropriate question, and thanks for raising it. In fact, in one of my slides, I mentioned that receiver sensitivity is going to be the key issue in this case, because receiver sensitivity is going to be the main, not maybe the main, but one of the players in which you can think of coexistence between Wi-Fi and IMT. Right now, the challenge is that receivers desanitization because of the interference from the IMT. I'm just talking about Wi-Fi receivers. But if you can somehow improve the SINR at the receiver side or improve the carrier to interference ratio at the receiver side, obviously you can have a better performance at low SNRs also. Am I right? This is going to be the game. But I don't know till what limit we can go. Am I right? It depends upon the interference plus the noise level. Right now, the receiver sensitivity minus 95 dBm, minus 80 dBm should be good enough. Whether we can raise the bar and go to minus 110 dBm, still get appropriate SNR to decode the information. Another challenge what I see is that for real-time communication, it will be more challenging as compared to a non-real-time sort of a communication, because non-real-time, even the receiver sensitivity is not that good enough. The error correction codes and everything typically take care of it. But for real-time communication, if you want to send an email or something like that, in that case, receiver sensitivity becomes a more critical issue. So obviously you're right. Receiver sensitivity is going to be one of the players that will help us to realize the coexistence between the IMT and the Wi-Fi bands. Obviously, it's a very important.
No, it's not only the IMT.
Any communication, absolutely. I'm just talking context of this.
Particularly, a lot of problems do come with the satellite communication.
Yes.
And we do not talk about that. That's the major issue.
Correct. But hardware can only go till a point, I believe so. Because beyond that, obviously, the challenges that goes beyond. That's why we are thinking of techniques like AI or something, which will, in fact, do the interference mitigation rather than improving the receiver sensitivity. Because hardware limitation is always going to be there. But if you can use something to actually discuss the problem or mitigate the problem of interference itself, obviously that will automatically improve your SNR.
Exactly.
Yeah. Thank you.
I think that's all. I think I also don't have any more questions to the panelists. So I would like to thank them a lot for their insights, and I think the audience must have got benefited a lot. And government might also get a clue as to what to do with respect to any requirement of any guard band or not. So we come to the end of this session. Thanks a lot for your time and patience. Thanks.
Thank you very much, sir. I'd like to extend my deepest gratitude to all the eminent speakers on stage and for their time. I would now request Shri Gulab Chandji to kindly present a memento to our eminent speakers, starting with Professor R. David Kuhl Pillai. Can we all give a huge hand and thank him for joining us? We thank Shri Rajesh Kumar Pathak ji. Thank you very much, sir. We thank Dr. Puneet Rathod. We thank Dr. Vivek Ashok Bhora, sir. Thank you, sir. And many, many thanks to Shri Hiral Modi ji for joining us virtually. I would now request our speakers to please pose for a group picture. May I request Shri Jitendra Singh, sir, Vice Chairman, IAFI, to please join us on the stage and present a memento to our session chair. And as well join for a group picture. And as we set the stage for the next session, I'd request our Panelists to please stay there on the stage and request everyone in the audience to please join us for a group picture. Everyone. I request everyone to please join us for a group picture as we set the stage for the next session. I request everyone to please stay back on stage for one more picture with the audience. Everyone on the floor, I request everybody to please join in for a group picture. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, up next, we have a power pack session on 6 gigahertz. How can India align with global best practices while addressing local realities? I request everyone to kindly settle down as we invite on stage our next set of eminent dignitaries. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with a huge round of applause the session chair, Professor Rajiv Shore, Director, IIIT, Surat. May I request Professor Shore to please join us on the stage? Welcome, sir. Can we have a huge hand, ladies and gentlemen? We have this upcoming session for which we have the session chair on stages already. Professor Shore, with a PhD and MS in Electrical Communication Engineering from IISc Bangalore, has a distinguished career spanning with industry and academia. He held leadership roles, including CEO of UQI-DAR at IIT Delhi and President of NIIT University. His industrial experience includes positions at TCS, General Motors, IBM, and Saskin, and adjunct professor at IIT Delhi and honorary professor at several universities. He has over 75 publications and 13 US patents in wireless and wired networks. He serves on editorial boards of IEEE. Dr. Shore serves on the advisory board of several startup organizations and evaluation committee of several IT-related projects of the Government of India. Welcome you, sir. We welcome the speakers on stage, Shri Paramjeet Singh Puri, Director Membership, APAC and EMEA, Wi-Fi Alliance. Welcome, sir. Can we have a round of applause for welcoming him, sir? In his pivotal role, he is at the forefront of driving global Wi-Fi adoption. Through his thought leadership and spectrum advocacy, he champions the development of innovative technologies to ensure our global Wi-Fi networks remain secure, reliable, and fully interoperable. A true seasoned veteran of ICT industry, Mr. Puri previously spent 6 years heading industry development for Wireless Broadband Alliance. His impressive career also features senior leadership positions at global tech giants, including AT&T, Cisco, Siemens, and Compaq. Welcome you, sir. We welcome Shri MPS Alawa, Joint Wireless Advisor, DOT, Government of India. Mr. Alawa, welcome you, sir. Mr. Alawa brings extensive experience in radio frequency spectrum management. He previously played a crucial role in coordinating with stakeholders to formulate India's stance on spectrum issues for international bodies like ITU-R and APT. Earlier in his career at the Wireless Monitoring Organization, he was involved in monitoring radio frequency spectrum, identifying subbands for new services, ensuring licensing compliance, and assisting wireless users in foreign administrations. We welcome Dr. S.N. Gupta, Secretary General, IAFI. Welcome, sir. Globally recognized in the industry as NGN Guru, Shri S.N. Gupta currently serves as Chairman of Blue Town for India and BIMSTEC, Vice President and Trustee of DCIF, and chairs the BIF Committee on Rural Digital Infrastructure. With an extraordinary career spanning over 4 decades in telecommunications, including 25 years shaping policy within government and regulatory bodies, he is a leading architect of global ICT policies, next-generation networks, and rural broadband connectivity. We welcome Shri Jaideep Ghosh, Group President, Fine Hand. Welcome, sir. Mr. Ghosh is a senior strategy and telecom consulting leader with 3 decades of leadership experience across global consulting and technology firms. A former partner and CEO at KPMG, he has held key leadership roles at IBM and PwC. As a prominent industry voice of telecommunications, AI, and digital transformation, Shri Jaideep is a regular commentator in business media and a frequent speaker at conferences across India, US, Africa, and Asia. Welcome you, sir. We welcome Shri Bikram Tewatia, Senior Advisor, COAI. Welcome, sir. Mr. Tewatia interacts extensively with ICT industry leadership and senior officials at DOT, MITI, TRI, and other government offices for regulatory and policy matters. He was a member of board of GCF, an active member of National Industry Coalitions, CII, FICCI, Associated Chambers of Commerce and Industry of India, DSCI, NASSCOM, IAMAI. He participates in many international workshops conducted by ITU, APT, etc. I once again welcome our eminent dignitaries on stage and would now hand over the session to our session chair, Professor Rajiv Shore. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Good evening, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Great pleasure to be here. This is the last session of the day, session 3 on 6 gigahertz. How can India align with global best practices while addressing local realities? So I think we've had a very productive day with wonderful sessions this morning. I've been glued to my chair right over there, and Bharatji knows, and a lot of colleagues whom I know well here, making my notes religiously while listening to every speaker carefully. I think we've covered a lot of ground since morning, right from the entire policy issues to the last session was on coexistence between very two technologies, Wi-Fi, IMT. There were discussions covering a wide spectrum, not just policy, standardization, but a lot of issues, technology and around it. But I think it's important to also, understand from our thought leaders over here that, of course, I'll introduce a short word from now. What is the path going forward for India? We are in a very interesting time. I will start before I hand over to my eminent colleagues here, I'll give you some very interesting examples, my own examples, where I have been very passionate about 6 gigahertz particularly last 1 year. And so I think it's important to figure out what is the next step for India. We have to take the best practices from across the globe, but do we just adapt that or do we figure out what is best in the Indian ecosystem, in the Indian context? So I think probably it'll be a merger of both. It'll be the best practices from both outside and within India, but aligning with the global best practices and figuring out what is the best in the Indian context will be very interesting. We'd love to hear from our colleagues over here. But before I, set the tone, and we have a keynote presentation to start with Shri Paranjit Singh Puri. You ready with your? Haji. So, certainly. So I think somebody can help set up the laptop. So while Shri Paramjit Singh Puri ji is setting up the laptop, I just want to share with you some very interesting examples. So the last 1 year, I've had a great pleasure. I'm now in Surat. I was telling Bharat ji and colleagues, and I've had a wonderful opportunity to see. And little did we know, because we are Delhi walas, Delhi folks or Bangalore folks, right? But when I went there, I didn't realize that some of the richest people in the world are in Surat. Number one, but that's not my point. Some of the most well-known industrialists in diamond and textiles are in Surat. And not only that, and I think Gulab Chand ji will know very well, Surat, you may not know, but it manufactures tanks in India. All your artillery and ammunition of the Indian Armed Forces is done at L&T in Hazira. I've had a chance to visit their huge, I won't call it factory, their plant. Last Saturday, last few weeks, I was there in the diamond plant of the Dholakia. Now, you may know that Govind Bhai Dholakia is an honorable member of parliament, very close to the prime minister. And his cousin, Sauji Bhai Dholakia, has this Hare Krishna company, exports in Hazira. So we went to see the diamond plant. And, every time in the previous panels, I was figuring out the dire need for 6 gigahertz spectrum Wi-Fi over there, because it's a huge cluster. The buildings, there's one building that does processing A, processing B, processing C, huge 1,000-acre campuses in Hazira. And these buildings need to communicate with each other. So it's not indoor really, but it's indoor, outdoors, building. So there are so many use cases, as Bharatji also pointed out, of 6 gigahertz Wi-Fi that I'm personally excited about. But without much ado, I think we can go on and on with some interesting, experiences that we have. It is my pleasure to request Sri Paramjit Singh Puri, who's the Director, Membership, APAC and EMEA Wi-Fi Alliance, to share with us his thoughts on how can India align with global best practices while addressing the local reality in the local ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction. And I would like to thank IAFI, Shri Bharat Bhatia ji, and all the other officials of the IAFI for giving us an opportunity to come and speak over here and for organizing this event. I think they have been one of the pioneers to make sure that, the lower spectrum band was allotted for unlicensed use, which for us practically means Wi-Fi. And so thank you very much. And good afternoon to the audience and good afternoon to my honorable co-panelists on the dais over here. I will be basically talking about the global practices on the 6 gigahertz Wi-Fi and what's happening in the global world regarding the deployment and the uses and the use cases for 6 gigahertz Wi-Fi, including some interesting observations regarding the AFC standard power operations, also which we talked about in the earlier sessions. I know that the audience has thinned out a lot, and many of the people whom I wanted, them to listen are not here. But nevertheless, so I want to just start with a simple premise that the 6 gigahertz is the performance foundation for the next decade of Wi-Fi. And it is not just about additional spectrum. It is the capacity layer that enables the next generation of connected experiences. And this is not a technical discussion, and I'm not a technical person, so I will not be able to talk about guard bands and all those things and like that. It's more about economic capacity, enterprise productivity, education, healthcare, AI-enabled operations, and the user experience people expect from their wireless connectivity. And while there remains a market narrative that the 6 gigahertz adoption is slow, the data tells a very different story. 6 gigahertz is already proving to be more consequential than ever than the narrative suggests, and let's try to look into that here. Just before I start, about the global practices, I want to, talk about Wi-Fi Alliance. The entire Wi-Fi ecosystem comes together in the Wi-Fi Alliance to define, validate, and evolve Wi-Fi so it can power global connectivity. Wi-Fi Alliance is where Wi-Fi happens, and we have close to 1,000 members from across the globe who are part of the Wi-Fi Alliance here. This is the ecosystem where industry leaders collaborate to turn ideas into standards, where testing and certification ensure devices work reliably across the ecosystem, where innovation is aligned to real-world performance, security, and user experience, and where the future of Wi-Fi is shaped across generations of technology. So 6 gigahertz is already reshaping Wi-Fi's future. Like I mentioned, that there is a market narrative that it is moving slowly, but the narrative misses what is happening across devices, networks, and use cases. The question is no longer whether 6 gigahertz will matter, the data shows it does. The more important question is whether the full ecosystem will move to support the next generation of Wi-Fi demand. Markets need access to 6 gigahertz spectrum, including AFC-enabled standard power operation, so that we can move 6 gigahertz beyond room scale performance. Device vendors need access to 6 gigahertz so that they can build devices that emerging applications require. And operators need to deploy those 6 gigahertz so that the devices can perform as intended. And data shows that 6 gigahertz is already moving faster than many assume. And we need to make sure that the spectrum policy, device availability, and the network deployments keep pace here. I think that is very, very important. If you look at this slide over here, the data is very clear. 6 gigahertz clients grew by 60% in 2025. Wi-Fi 6E and Wi-Fi 7 access point deployments increased, and 60% of organizations plan to deploy Wi-Fi 6E or Wi-Fi 7 within the next year. And this matters because doubling available Wi-Fi spectrum is not a marginal improvement, it is a foundational structural change. It's not about faster connectivity, it is the class of new use cases that now applications which become possible and available. And this is a global number. This is not obviously for India. India is still, very, very behind. And that is what, I was trying to tell the eminent telcos in the morning session that, till the time the telcos don't participate, in promoting Wi-Fi and offering Wi-Fi as one of their offering along with the IMT mobile, things will not move forward for India. PM Vani, as far as I'm concerned, is a failure. Sorry to say that. Till the time it does not deploy in international industry standards of open roaming and fast point, you will never have seamless roaming on PM Vani. It may be a good idea, but you cannot have something proprietary and try to work around that. You need to adopt the best practices from across the globe and open standard practices there. Just want to give you an example. In middle of 2024, we did a 6-month trial in Ramathi Bodhi Hospital and Medical School in Thailand, which is Thailand's biggest medical school. And, we deployed the Meta glasses and AR/VR simulation, and we worked with HP, Intel, for this particular trial. And this is more about the spectrum. I know that India has allotted only the 500 megahertz spectrum, but in the 500 megahertz spectrum, there was a lag in XR application. There was a risk of motion sickness, glitches and buffering on 8K video, slow, repeatedly aborted file transfers. Whereas in the complete 1200 megahertz, it was absolutely smooth XR operations, seamless 8K streaming, high-speed file transfer, full utilization of network capacity. So this basically shows that if you want to make use of the full power of the 6 gigahertz Wi-Fi, you actually need access to the entire 1200 megahertz if you want to apply and use applications for energy grid, applications for smart factories or smart warehouses or smart traffic monitoring or, for remote sensing or agriculture monitoring or what. All these applications will basically become only possible if the full 1200 megahertz spectrum is available. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. And this is why the 6 gigahertz discussion is not only technical, it's economic, educational, and social. So this is what I just wanted to talk about, to tell you what's happening in the other parts of the world as far as regulatory is concerned there. So FCC has advanced expanded higher power access in the US, creating a geofenced variable power, GVP device category that would allow outdoor and higher power operations in the 6 gigahertz band under specific conditions. This could significantly broaden outdoor Wi-Fi and IoT use cases beyond indoor low power devices, opening doors for extended range and new applications for AR, VR, and IoT connectivity tied to the 6 GHz band. Second is the Ofcom's split priority approach in the UK, which outlines a Wi-Fi first, mobile later spectrum sharing framework. There was a question regarding this for the upper 6 GHz band, giving Wi-Fi early access under AFC while preserving flexibility for future services. So when the so-called very, very glamorous 6 GHz, 6G comes, when it comes 2030, 2030, 2035, we don't know. When the ecosystem is ready, when the equipment is ready, when their power systems are ready, till that time, Wi-Fi will be there. And once that is available, there will be a method to make sure that both Wi-Fi and IMT coexist in this upper 6 GHz band. And that's the way to go about it here. Canada has authorized 6 GHz standard power under AFC, and the consistent rollout of Wi-Fi 6E and Wi-Fi 7 hardware that fully leverages 6 GHz capacity, including APs, routers, and client devices, highlights market confidence in 6 GHz deployment. More than 500 million mobile devices with 6 GHz Wi-Fi shipped last year, more than close to 200 million IoT devices of 6 GHz shipped out last year, and close to 159 million consumer electronic devices shipped out with 6 GHz Wi-Fi last year. These are real numbers, global numbers. You can check them out. I just wanted to touch upon this also, the AFC standard power 6 GHz. The name standard power sounds technical and ordinary, but its impact is anything but standard. What it does is it enables persistent, powerful connectivity across indoor and outdoor environments. It expands coverage without requiring excessive infrastructure. And most importantly, it creates the performance headroom needed for AI-enabled applications and other demanding use cases. So the industry needs to change how we talk about this. Standard power, like I mentioned, is not a regulatory category. It is a deployment model for the next decade of Wi-Fi. Just an example of standard power in the indoors environment. And basically the primary use cases for standard power deployments include high performance, outdoor connectivity, enterprise grade, industrial automation, high density, multi-user environments that require higher throughput. In the residential indoor trials, standard power reached all 14 test points, LPI reached only 10. That means standard power gained 3 rooms that LPI could not reliably reach. For consumers and service providers, that means better whole home coverage, fewer dead zones, stronger support for intensive applications, and likely fewer service calls here. In the outdoor environment, the enterprise result tells a similar story, but with a different business implication. Standard power reached all 10 test points across the office floor versus LPI reaching 8. And that difference changes how the networks are planned. If you plan more properly, the difference even becomes more starker. It can reduce infrastructure complexity, improve perimeter coverage, and support more cost-effective deployments. And this is not just about faster Wi-Fi. It is about deployment efficiency, operation simplicity, and better user experience. Just to give you an example, last year, 15% of the Wi-Fi device shipped last year was of Wi-Fi 7. And this is going to, 45% CAGR growth is going to happen between 2025 and 2029 of Wi-Fi 7 devices there. And Wi-Fi 8 is going to be introduced, like I mentioned earlier, probably in the 3rd or 4th quarter of 2028. Wi-Fi Alliance is already working on that. Also, the Wi-Fi Alliance has done a new certification, has unlocked Wi-Fi 7 for IoT, allowing the client devices operating only in 20 megahertz channels to take advantage of the Wi-Fi certified 7 features. What it does is it extends the benefit of Wi-Fi 7 to a wider range of connected products in smart homes, industrial environments, and healthcare settings, and promotes Wi-Fi 7 adoption in the IoT market. So just, I'll probably skip this slide because, you know, this is again, not meant for India. In the US, in Europe, in other parts of the world, Wi-Fi 7 and the 6 gigahertz Wi-Fi has been deployed in public venues with great success in hospitals, in healthcare, and there are so many live examples of that here. But let me come, to the next point, and that is, I talked about, about AI and 6 gigahertz. So one of the most important findings in the Cisco report is the connection in forward-looking organizations between 6 gigahertz adoption and AI use cases. This means organizations using 6 gigahertz are deploying AI workloads at maybe twice the rate of non-6 gigahertz organizations. This does not mean that spectrum alone creates AI readiness, but it strongly suggests that organizations investing in modern wireless infrastructure are better positioned to support AI-driven operations. AI workloads increase demand for responsive, high capacity and low latency connectivity, especially at the edge in offices, classrooms, healthcare, factories, and homes. In other words, AI does not only live in the cloud, it depends on the quality of the network that connects people, devices, sensors, and applications on the ground. So I think this is very, very important and something, which we all need to take a lesson from. I talked about Wi-Fi 8. Wi-Fi Alliance members are working in Wi-Fi Alliance to align on the technical capabilities required to meet emerging market needs, focusing on features that ensure ultra-reliable, ultra-low latency, and power-efficient performance in the most demanding high-density environments. Wi-Fi 8, ladies and gentlemen, is not going to be about speed. It's going to be about absolute ultra-low latency, absolutely ultra-reliability, so that you could do any kind of operations, in the industrial IoT, in the smart home, in factory environments, wherever, even in the space, and that is what it does here. Critical work is already underway on the Wi-Fi 8, and Wi-Fi Alliance has launched work on Wi-Fi 8 with the formation of the new Wi-Fi 8 marketing task group and technical task group, underscoring the rapid pace of Wi-Fi innovation and ecosystem momentum. Wi-Fi certified typically serves as an inflection point for mass adoption, and new generations of Wi-Fi are typically introduced every 4 to 6 years. So we introduced Wi-Fi 7 in January 2024, and we will probably do the official launch of Wi-Fi 8 in probably January 2028. That's right, yeah. This is my last slide, so I'm finishing this. The future of connectivity is often described as something still ahead of us, but the data shows that the future is already here. 6 gigahertz clients are growing, Wi-Fi 6E and Wi-Fi 7 deployments are expanding. AI-forward organizations are adopting 6 gigahertz at higher rate. Real-world trials show the difference between limited and full spectrum access, and I would request the powers to be to take note of this. The industry should not treat 6 gigahertz as incremental, it is foundational. The future is not waiting for 6 gigahertz, it's already being built upon it here. Thank you very much. That is my last slide. And I'm sorry if I took about 15 minutes for this, but I thought it was very important, that people should know, what's happening in the world of 6 gigahertz.
Thank you. Thank you, Paramjit Singh Puri ji. That was very, very interesting. In fact, I think the couple of takeaways that I want to just remind the audience is, the numbers you shared, the global numbers are very interesting. I don't think many of us knew that. So that was a very interesting takeaway. The standard power 6 gigahertz, I really liked your slide on the standard power 6 gigahertz indoor for both the indoor and outdoor environments. But I think what is really interesting takeaway from your presentation is that Wi-Fi 7, and for example, in my campus, we are not deploying Wi-Fi 7, but we are talking about Wi-Fi 8. So look at the speed, the rapid pace at which the Wi-Fi Alliance is growing. This is really revealing. I see, yeah. So I think some point, maybe over tea, we are going to brainstorm with you on the technology aspect, what is the fundamental difference in the lower layer? But we'll come to that later on. So thank you so much. And of course, finally, the AI role. Not surprising that AI and deep learning and the Gen AI applications are going to be enabled very nicely on, the Wi-Fi. Thank you so much. I'm now going to request, we're going to request Dr. S.N. Gupta, the Secretary General, IAFI. So we're just going to first, those who have slides, I'm going to request them to share their thoughts, and then we'll come to other distinguished colleagues. So Dr. Satya N. Gupta, the Secretary General, IAFI, I don't think he needs any introduction. We all know him very well since a long time. So we look forward to hearing your thoughts, sir.
Good afternoon. Yeah, thank you, Professor Rajiv and all the colleagues. First of all, it's a great honor and pleasure for me to be invited here to make a presentation on this Wi-Fi day, especially on the dais. Professor Rajiv, Paramjeet, and Jadip Da, seeing you after a long time, and Vikram and Mr. Alwa. It's a great honor and pleasure for me. So I'll be, of course, skipping some of the slides, but mainly I want to bring out the concept of what I call digital public good. Morning also, Madam Revati mentioned the word, the common goods actually, the public, she used the word common public good. And that was the word used when they opened up 2.4 gigahertz in 2004 actually. And that was, this word was used. The second time this word was used last year in the G20 Presidentship of India, where DPI, of course, India takes pride in DPI, the digital public infrastructure. So there they also actually resolved that we have to go beyond. As government, we have to go beyond DPI. We should go to digital public good. Actually, that is where the Wi-Fi, actually, the potential of Wi-Fi can be unlocked more if we convert it to not only to common public good, that is what we do by de-licensing it, but going slightly beyond that and make it a digital public good. I have named it digital public good, but what government hinted at was digital public good. And for that, some technologies are used. And with that, actually, debate between these interference, actually, that goes away. Actually, this, of course, you already know, Paramjit told about Wi-Fi 7. Wi-Fi 7 brings the great thing. The beauty of Wi-Fi 7 is not only just 6 gigahertz spectrum. Wi-Fi 7 actually make use of the 5 gigahertz unlicensed band also. It is backward compatible. Whatever spectrum you have in the downstream below 6 gigahertz, that can also be made use of. And it can give you 320 megahertz channel, what Madam Revati was also mentioning in the morning, and that can do wonders. And so these are some of the benefits. Of course, these will not go in detail here. We have to go for these slides. Yes, before that, I will also give about this actually. Whenever they do unlicensing, especially in India, there is a principle called NINENT, and Bhagirath ji is already there. So this I have learned from WPC only. So this means non-interfering, non-exclusive, non-protected. So when you open up a Wi-Fi spectrum, all these things are known. So you should not be worried about the interference. Neither your neighbor should be worried about the interference. That is the beauty of when, especially in India, this is the practice of India, 9F, what we call it. So if it is there, then why the debate about interference actually? Morning also, it was brought out very clearly. Actually, in 2.4 also the same thing was raised, because 2.3 was a licensed spectrum, 2.5 was a licensed spectrum, but 2.4 when they unlicensed, same debate was there, but it was countered. Same thing is there. Why this principle of 9F, what country have pioneered, so we should not have any issue on that. The other thing about this is actually the item number 6 actually. The item number 6, and I think Bhagirath ji will also agree, there are so many things or so many positive for 6 gigahertz unlicensing for our big brother, the telcos actually. So many positive for them. Actually, it adds more value to them than to the Wi-Fi players, actually, than to the consumer. The government unlicenses it because consumer get a cheap service or affordable service. But the more benefit are there of the telco, mobile data upload, morning also it was talked, voice or Wi-Fi, fixed mobile convergence, frugal 5G, UBR, UFWA actually. All these are called telco surplus or provider surplus. These are not consumer surplus. So the total thing, of course, is a gain. Economic gain is to the country is from both, whether it is a provider surplus or it is a consumer surplus. The nation gains actually. So these are some of the things I'll be using and how we can do it actually. Morning also it was talked about the standard power and all that. These are the technological things. So I will have to skip most of these because since morning we have discussed that actually. There is no actually debate that whether there is an advantage or no. Advantages are there. Only debate which is wrong ended, that is about the interference actually between the IMT usage or the spectrum usage and the unlicensed usage. That debate actually, you can see, and Paramjit was also telling, there are methods, there are technologies, there are ways to counter that debate. And we have already done that. We have already lived with this kind of coexistence in 2.4 unlicensing, 5 gigahertz unlicensing. It is working. We are already living with. Nobody raised the issue of interference. No guard band. Morning it was told in the 2.4 there were no guard band. Here there is a recommendation on the guard band. Of course, if there is a guard band, nobody can even talk about the interference. Guard band, the purpose of guard band is that. But there are technologies, why to waste the spectrum in guard band? You can do it by other technologies. AI is one of them and there will be more also. We'll be discussing that also here, but let me go to my main thing of this digital public, how we will make it a digital public. All these things, I think, are a repetition. We have discussed, debated them since morning, actually. This is where, actually, and because it was talked that whether we use global practices or Indian practices. According to me, global practice, yes, global best practice. But luckily for us, global best practices come by way of standard. So if we use the global standard, and that is IEEE, Paramjit is there. If we use those standards, that means we are already learning or making use of global practices. But for your own need, and especially India, first of all, we believe in coexistence. Here, this was the only country where CDMA and GSM coexisted. So here also, the same thing can happen here also, actually. We know how to innovate, we know how to balance. And that is where this frugal 5G, LMLC actually, low mobility, large cell, actually in villages. This is a fit case for making use of the potential of the 6 gigahertz unlicensing actually. That is what it can do. And this LMLC and 5GI standard of India was actually there, which can help, where 6 gigahertz spectrum of Wi-Fi unlicensing can help actually there in this. And that is how the main thing is here. And since morning we are debating about standard power. Actually, what government have done, and that is how Mr. Bhagirat in the morning also was telling, and Madam Reddy also told, yes, we take time. We take time because we have to do so many balancing acts, so many consultations. It is a democracy, all that. And we agree with that. So what government did actually in this unlicensing, they also took a cautious route. They only permitted what they called very low power and very low power indoor, only that. And that power, as you can see, 14 dBm. 14 dBm, according to me, is nothing. It's like doing something apologistically, 14 dBm. But yes, they have also learned from other countries. And as Madam Revti was telling, yes, they have to go in steps. But it is not enough. And she herself mentioned, and I want to make use of Madam's thing. She told, yes, you tell us what more we have to do. So what we have to tell, and Mr. Bagheera, Mr. Alva is already there, we have to tell them, sir, please go for SPD. Standard power, standard power, standard power, what we mean is 36 dBm. It is already working in 2.4, 5 gigahertz. So if we can do standard power, of course, the other angle will say interference. Because what will happen to the interference? That I'm telling, there are 2-3 ways, morning also, and our friends from the 6G Alliance were also mentioning, the professor was mentioning, there is a way to counter that. Broadband is one, of course. That is the safest thing. That is the tangible thing. But then there are technology. AI is there, and more than AI there is what is called AFC, the automatic frequency coordination. It is not automatic frequency control, which used to be there. It is coordination. Coordination means you are using AI. You are trying to have the coexistence in consultation, in real life, actually. And that is what you can have SPD, standard power, actually, this like what is mentioned there, it is mentioned to TBD. TBD means to be decided. That is from US, actually. So they are still deciding, but it can be decided. And especially you have that AFC. If you can adopt AFC, you can counter the interference even while permitting the standard power, which is 36 dBm. Actually, that is what I wanted to bring, and this is from the international practices. And other thing, like the PM Wani, actually, I agree with Paramjit, it's a failure. I myself feel very sad, actually, on that. This is a great thing as far as India is concerned, PM Wani. The Wani protocol, the Wi-Fi access network interface, that was the first software product which was developed by India, first one. We are calling ourselves IT power. It was Wani, which became PM Wani. The second one is our 4G stack, actually, which came through BSNL and C-Dot and all that. These are the Indian products which can do wonders. But yes, there are issues. The 6G can help it also, provided we use one more thing, and that is called deregulation. Like this PM Wani program was the totally deregulated, totally unregistered. And yes, the last time we were told about the cabinet note. Cabinet told very clearly, no registration, no license, no form to be filled. And you become a PDO and you become a PDOA. But government in their own wisdom, actually, they told there will be a central registry. Yes, central registry. And it was asked, why central registry? Cabinet authority. They told it is only for statistical purpose. We want to collect the data, and that is our right. Yes, you collect the data, but according to me, the central registry became one of the bottlenecks. So this is what I, of course, this I wanted to show from my personal interest. Actually, I'm doing PM Wani in rural India. I'm using what is called Archimedes principle. Give me a road long enough, strong enough, and you can see the lifestyle of the rural folk. And this is what I call it, everything on the tower. Everything comes there, actually, on the tower. And TINA filter access point, your content, actually, we call it a local cloud, actually, content also comes there. And with that, actually, lot of innovation can happen. Only thing is we need standard power here, because in the village, and if I want to create LMLC, so I cannot do it now with 14 dB kind of thing. So we need 36 dB. That is it. But other thing, what I mentioned about the centralized registry, there is a solution to that. Solution is decentralized. You have registry because you want to have statistics. So you need a registry. But why central registry? You can have a decentralized registry. And that is what blockchain can provide, a decentralized registry. And that is also from the international best practices, actually. So we can use blockchain here for the registry purpose. And it will not only do registry, it will also do auto roaming, like Paramjit was telling, auto roaming, very, very important. If you don't do auto roaming, do what is called passport. Passport is there. It is there for last 20 years, actually. Why we are not using? Because unless you have a open roaming, auto roaming, passport, it will not scale up. That I agree, and that is what, that limits the Wi-Fi actually application. So with this, you can do the, actually, you can have blockchain registry. That is nothing but a decentralized registry. It is, everything is automatic. Here, do you know, actually, when you want to become a PDO, it is free of cost. Everything is there. Cabinet also man. It takes only 5 minutes. But then you have to have a registration with CDO, which is superfluous thing. And when you go to registration with CDO, that becomes a bottleneck actually. It takes a lot of time. They want to inspect your infrastructure. Sometimes you have to put extra equipment in your network, which is otherwise not required. So that is what you can make blockchain-based registry, which is automatic. Like in the Saral Sanchar is there. Everywhere you fill the form, most of the things happen automatically. But your PDO registration comes in 59 seconds. The Modi ji actually told when it was done, and I myself, I told my assistant, can you do it? And when she did, he told, how much time you have taken? He told, sir, 5 minutes, 5 minutes. I told, no, PM told 59 seconds. Let us see whether we can do it in 15. And we could do it in 59 seconds when we both work together. But that is just a formality. But when you go for the central registry, then the problem starts actually. Earlier it used to be licensed Raj. Now it has become registrar Raj. So that is what happens in PDOA. So we can remove that. I'm not against CDOT. I'm not against having a registry by the government. Make it automated. You have done so much automation. Why don't you do automation in the registry also? And blockchain can permit you about that actually. And this is what the open roaming thing. Paramdeep also mentioned about this great solution. If you want to learn from the international best practices, use auto roaming. Passport is already there. That is also an example of auto roaming. Or you can put everything on the blockchain. You can have your own roaming also within the country. So all these things are there. And this DY actually is a word coined by me, decentralized wireless. Like you have D5, you can have DY also. But that is going more in detail, so I'll not like to take much of the time. I will immediately come to one very important point where I started, and that is about digital public. Unfortunately, that slide is not there. So digital public good, again, I would like to tell, I call it digital public good. What it means is, it is like air, water, space. So same way for the Wi-Fi. And its backhaul. Backhaul is already paid by government in the form of BBNL and NOFN. It is already paid by government. And last week it was put on record the generation of revenue from the NOFN backhaul is zero. It is on the record. It is there on there. If it is zero, why don't you make it a digital public good? Now, if I as a PDO want a backhaul, I have to pay double than the retail. That itself is a wrong. But if your own network is not giving you any revenue, why don't you make it a digital public good, which you are a signatory to your own document in G20? Make it from DPI, you make it a digital public good. And that I'm sure, and Paramdeep, you will also agree, the PM money will fly. Here, we have only two problems. One is the centralized registry, make it decentralized, and other is the backhaul cost. If your BBNL fiber, which you have done so much money, Dr. R. Sharma was mentioning 45,000 crore was buried in the ground, revenue is zero. And it is not only 45 crore, 45,000 crore, it is actually 2 lakhs, because 1.5 lakhs crore more they have dumped in last 3 years, and revenue is still zero. And it is a public money. Why don't you convert it into a digital public good? And then I think we can have all these things. And the debate of interference can be just countered by using SPD. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. Very insightful. I have to also mention that in addition to, so he started with Dr. Gupta's evolution of Wi-Fi. We've all seen the early days of Wi-Fi and where we have come now. Really amazing. Ubiquitous last mile connectivity is what you really focused on. But I think what I really enjoyed, and I'm sure the audience also enjoyed, is that the whole journey, you have, there are a lot of points that you mentioned, the new techniques, new paradigms. So I think even R&D, so it seems to me there's a lot of work that needs to be done from the point of view of research and development, because there's a lot of new ideas here. performance enhancement, performance improvement, blockchain. But I think integrating that and ensuring an end-to-end superior performance remains to be seen, right, from the idea that you shared. So thanks so much. Enjoyed your presentation. I'm now going to request Sri MPS Arawa, who is a Joint Wireless Advisor, WPC, Department of Telecommunication, Government of India, to share with us your thoughts.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to panelists and all the participants. First, I would like to give my thanks to ITU-APT Foundation of India for organizing this event, wonderful event, and inviting me to present my views on the topic which is on the screen. I'm not much aware of this topic, but still I've got some views on that one that I'm going to share with you, not exactly the topic, but something I will share on that one. So before coming to point, I would like to share some of the information which is available on the ITU radio regulation. And as per WRC 23, some of the band has been allocated to various kind of services. And this decision happened during the previous WRC only. And you can see the last bar where VAS Arlen was written there. And it is right from 6425 to 7125. This whole band was identified during the last WRC. And in fact, I will say that this was not the agenda item for the WRC. VAS Arlen was not at all the agenda item for WRC, but it's still, you can see the VAS Arlen in the footnote of radio regulation. It was all due to one of the agenda item which was there in the previous WRC cycle, that was agenda item 1.2, where the study has to be conducted to identify the band for the IMT. And it was only for the reason 1, not for the reason 2. But still, just during the WRC, many administration come forward and started discussing on WS Arlen, and ultimately, due to no agreement on the IMT band, it was decided that, okay, in order to get the IMT band, it is very much required, okay, let them mention few lines regarding the VAS Arlen also. So this was the reason VAS Arlen is there in this radio regulation. Whereas in lower part, there is no VAS Arlen in radio regulation, only in the upper part. So this is the global situation. So you can see in reason 1 and reason 2, whole band has been identified, 6425 to 7125, whole band. Whereas in reason 3, it is not there, not at all identified, only because China does not wanted to have that VAS Arlen in the country. Due to that, that part is not there. Otherwise, reason 1 and reason 2, whole band is there. Actually, this is the whatever I presented before this slide. That was the graphical representation of the footnote, and this is the footnote which was resulted after the discussion during the previous WRC. So during the last WRC, the footnote 5.457DEF has been text, and these are the outcome of the previous WRC cycle. And during the previous WRC cycle only, VAS Arlen was identified in upper 6 gigahertz band. This is the global situation. Now let us talk about India. In India, recently we have unlicensed 5925 to 6425. That is 500 megahertz band. And we also know that we are regulating the spectrum. Now question comes, why we are regulating the power? Because no other services we will be permitting. Question comes that why we are regulating the power, and that too we are mentioning some power for indoor purpose, 30 dBm and 14 dBm and 320 megahertz. This is what I feel, that what I have got answer is that Wi-Fi industry has started looking for this band 5 years or 7 years back. They have studied this band, and perhaps they have considered how much Wi-Fi devices can come in the coming 5 years or coming 10 years, and what will be the power for that one. And they would have studied the high density areas. For example, it may be mall, it can be the airport, it can be the busy area, and calculating the number of devices and aggregated power so that that aggregate power does not impact the one of the services, that is a fixed satellite Earth to space, that is in the orange color. It should not impact that services. So definitely those who are the proponent of Wi-Fi, they would have come up with the number of devices. This may come within the coming 10 years or 15 years. And if that devices come or people started using those, then Wi-Fi industry have to go for the next band, because they cannot accommodate in the 6 gigahertz band, because their prediction has been exceeded what number of devices they have decided. So I think so this power would have come from the USA, and it was well documented in the European country document, and from that it has come. So this is the current regulation just to protect the satellite services, because there is no other services. Otherwise, you don't require any kind of regulation of the power. You require regulation only to protect certain satellites. So that's why this 500 megahertz band we have identified. And now this slide, this is the slide which Paramjit sir has already shared. And yesterday only I was just browsing some of the just wanted to browse some of the information related to the topic which has been given to me. What is the penetration? Once we have identified the band, what is the penetration of how the people they are using it? In the previous slide, I've shown that region one country has identified 1200 megahertz band. But you see how many countries have accepted in European country, only 500 megahertz band has been accepted in the European country. In Asia and Africa, there are only 2 countries are there. One is Saudi Arabia, and another one is Ukraine. Another one is Kazakhstan, sorry. These are the only 2 countries who are going for the full 1200 megahertz band. Even the European countries, they are not going, because whatever the prediction Wi-Fi industry or manufacturer has done may fail also. We don't want it to take the risk. So that's why I think so everyone is taking a bit very cautiously. If you talk about the region 2 country, you see region 2 country, 1200 megahertz band has been identified. And look at the Asia, Europe, and Africa. Only 2 countries are there. They have identified for the full 1200 megahertz, because these countries have yet to see the application. What manufacturer or Wi-Fi industry has predicted 10 years back. Now, a real scenario. Now, I will tell you the real scenario. This is just a simple calculation, because a lot of Wi-Fi devices come with a lot of modulations. See, one of the technical parameters I've taken and I've calculated what kind of the speed we can get. This is a simple calculation you can get on the internet site. So technical parameter, I have taken modulation as a 1024 quant. And if we see the last two rows, 160 megahertz and 320 megahertz, and if you see the speed, it's 1.33 gigabit per second, and with regard to 320 megahertz is 2.67. That is with respect to one spatial string beam. Because nowadays the technologies are improving. Why? Because beamforming technology we are using. Beamforming technology means if I wanted to access certain devices, beam will be formed, and other people, if they are using the devices, it may not cause the interference to them. So main cause of beamforming technology is to avoid the interference. So that's why they are using many spatial beams. If we are using 4 spatial beams, it can go up to 10 gigabit bits per second and 5 gigabit per second. And if you increase the modulation, it can go beyond that one, 40 gigabit per second also it may go. So this is just a rough figure what we can achieve with the 6 gigahertz. And Government of India has unlicensed 500 megahertz band. So you can see the 160 megahertz and 320 megahertz. And if you see the last column of the last two rows, it can go up to 60 gigabit per second. That much of the speed you can get from the Wi-Fi technology. But in reality, if you go to the geofiber and just scroll down, how much, what is the maximum speed they are giving? They will give only 1 Gbps speed. And for 1 Gbps speed, they are charging 8,000 rupees per month. So that technology, though the Government of India has unlicensed, but we need to see the effect. I cannot see 5 gigabit per second, 40 gigabit. I can see just 1 gigabit per second. So this is the actual situation. So I don't think so 1200 megahertz band is required as on date, where other countries are also very cautious whether the Wi-Fi industry, whatever they have predicted, it is going according to their plan or not. So I think so whatever the Government of India has decided, it is very good decision. Okay, after 5 or 10 years, we can think of the decision and discuss on the issues, and we can change the decision also depending upon the feedback from this technology. It can be for the IMT cellular technology. It can be with the Wi-Fi technology. With that thought, thank you very much.
Yeah, please. Go ahead. Lava Saab, thank you very much. I just wanted 1 or 2 points I wanted to make, regarding what you said. You're right about the number of countries in the lower band and the upper band, but 34 countries are now considering opening up the entire 1200 megahertz in the 6 gigahertz spectrum. So 34 countries. And I agree that, DOT has taken a wise decision. Currently, probably does not make sense, to open up the entire 1200 megahertz for India, because we still have to see the uptake of the Wi-Fi devices and use cases in India, which has not yet happened. But yes, if options are kept open, I think that is what is, we are harping upon. I just talked about the global scenario, but I understand that India is a different ball game altogether. And it's a wise decision by a DOT, and we compliment DOT for opening up the lower band. But we also request that please be flexible on the upper band as the time progresses here. That's what. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks, Lava ji. I think, that global situation that you covered, and then coming to the Indian context, and I understand, I think very clear, whether your slide, power regulatory issues, you covered the penetration aspects and of course the spectral efficiency. But the Indian context seems to be a very complex setup. It's not, we can't just blindly take whatever there is in the West, right? I think it's much more challenging, which is good for us because there's more innovation over there. But I think you covered the points and the challenges. I think the key takeaway is that there are a lot of challenges in the Indian context, good challenges, technical challenges that we need to address. So thanks again. And we'll now request, I'm going to request Sri Vikram Tewatia, Senior Advisor, Cellular Operators Authority of India, to share his thought now. Vikramji again needs no introduction. We all know him since a long, long time. He's been a thought leader in telecom in the country. So look forward to hearing your thoughts.
Hello. Thank you very much, Professor. And, I'm quite happy that you have alluded us as an authority. We're an association. So I wish we had that kind of authority to move things around for the benefit of the sector. But, very interesting discussions, and, it's late in the evening. I'll try and bring whatever, a market-oriented or a user, how things actually happen on the ground. And, but to begin with, I think we must congratulate ourselves, many of us in the room who were in service and now retired, people on the dais as well. India is the leading #1 country in the world in terms of data consumption. 32 GB per data user, right? The next nearest is about 22. And the next nearest had actually launched 5G maybe 3-4 years before we. So compliments to the Indian telecom ecosystem, whether it's from the regulator or the government or the industry or the user. So that's a huge, service uptick, and everybody is very well aware of the benefit it has brought to every user, to the country at large, whether it is the India stack and the other things. So that's the good part that has happened. But I guess a lot of more work has to be done. While the focus of today is Wi-Fi, but the question to be asked is, does the user care? What is it that the user wants? The user wants to use a digital service. Whether it comes via IMT, whether it comes via Wi-Fi, whether it comes via side link, whether it comes, however. So the question is, for the user, what do they care for? So they would care for speed, they would care for latency, they'll care for security, they'll care for trust. And then now you look at it, obviously there is no denying the fact that, IMT and, let's say, Wi-Fi, they will coexist. And how best the country can deploy and users can utilize this connectivity part. Right? Next, I'll just highlight a few aspects which one should consider while we have these discussions. So Paramjit indicated, the shipment of devices. I just want to draw your attention is how often do we buy this or change this? Firstly, the consumption of data is on this form factor, on the mobile, right? Maximum consumption, okay. TV mein lagega, fridge mein lagega, your home automation products or the IoT will happen. But the most sizable consumption is on. And what is the service which demands data? It's video, right? And the same thing will be on the Wi-Fi. On, let's say on a Wi-Fi, what will get consumed most will be video, okay? And that's where, the industry often alludes to AR, VR, and the higher bandwidth channels. But I quite liked the last slide, which Alawa Saab you put. I mean, in the end, you see, you got the internet, then you got the fiber, and then you got the router, and then you have the access point. Now that brings us to the point is, how often do you change this? How often is your mobile changed? 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. Compare that to how often do you actually upgrade or change your Wi-Fi access point. Satyenji, you pointed, quite a number of things. I've got a Wi-Fi access point. I wired it up in my home, right? You sit there. You might have Wi-Fi 6 coming in. You might have Wi-Fi 7 coming in. So the question is, how often will the ecosystem change your device? Now, the point is about this device. If you bought the device, how many devices, maybe we can check through the GSA, supports the different Wi-Fi band. When I go to buy a new device, I want to check, okay, does it support 2.4, 5.8, 6, or now 7? Because you get the spec. So you go to GSM Arena and you might like to check, right? So because the consumption is going to be on this, now this device has to be able to support. Okay. Now here is a data point I've just came across yesterday. It was interesting. Is that globally, so you have 2G, 3G, 4G, and 5G, the number of subscribers. I presume 3G, 4G, 5G are already on the internet, right? And are using data. But there are 730 million approximate 2G users, of which 250 million are Indian. 1/3 of the entire world, because we are already about 2 billion. How much is that? Yes. About 1.29 subscriber base, or 1.3 billion in India, the subscriber base, out of which internet is 983. Yes. Now the point is that these 2G people, firstly, do not have the device to consume your Wi-Fi. Okay. Now, what is it that has to be done? Now, we pride ourselves, and a lot of government announcements happen about BharatNet. Now you're taking BharatNet to where the government wants to deliver a service, essentially a digital service. But that digital service has to be consumed on this form factor. And the person at the end of BharatNet does not have this. He has only a 2G. So there is a good case, I think, where we have surplus money lying in BharatNet, now let's say in the USO fund, and you're putting in money on the fiber, a case for examination, how can I also try and bundle a device so that the consumption of the digital service, otherwise, by design in India, we are actually leaving out 250 million people who do not stand to benefit from all the fancy apps, services, all the Jan Dhan Yojanas, and by whatever name we've got these fancy names. There has to be a dedicated focus to try and get these people onto the internet. And if they get it via IMT or by Wi-Fi, whichever it is, because Wi-Fi, you put what Satyenji mentioned, PM Wani and the other on one tower, the large cell. But in the end, you have to consume it on. So that is one of the part of combining between. Now, the other part, of course, is who spends money. In the end, you got to follow the scent of the money as to who's spending the money to buy a service. People are spending money to buy a service plan, right? Who's spending money on buying a CPE device in your house? The individual has to spend that money. So there's a good case, like what Singapore has done, because one of the questions is how does India align with global, let's say, best practice standards? So Singapore, being a smaller state, very dedicated, had a specific plan for, earlier it was, I think, 2 Mbps speed per apartment. Right now it is 10, but they are putting in a lot of public awareness to change your CPE, Wi-Fi CPE, and they have about a 25% Wi-Fi 7. So the public awareness about the Wi-Fi, I don't know whether it's there on the DOT website, or is there a case on the TRAI consumer, advisories, or whichever way, that for this service, these are the areas of attention you might need to do. Now, one of the points which was given to us was what lessons India can learn from regulatory. It was mentioned US, Europe, UK, Korea, and other leading markets, right? So I think that is, I think, in the context of Wi-Fi. The thing is, there is no, one is, what is global? You just saw that map, right? In that, which part is the global part? Okay. You follow one segment, you follow another one. But clearly, I think India's taken the path of the upper and lower, the lower being on the D-license and Wi-Fi part. A power aspect is the issue, maybe interference. A lot of people have spoken, I won't mention that. On the upper part is the IMT which will happen, right? So one of the things is, future spectrum regulation. I think the Meta gentleman, Hiral, mentioned about, automated frequency coordination. So frequency is something, being a national asset, or there was a mention of how do you use it to the most optimum. The most optimum usage, like gone are the days where, you had a binary kind of a divide. This is licensed, this is unlicensed, this is IMT, this is, a non-IMT. So if you start looking at between now and I think there is a center of excellence of the WPC someplace. So future spectrum management, I think their approaches seem to be, database assisted sharing. There's a mention of AI usage. So automated frequency coordination methods, right? To see how one can best manage future allocation. More automated methods of, taking data-based decision-making is something that is there. Now, it is quite evident that, the mid-band spectrum is going to be very important because the sub-gigahertz band is obviously for coverage. The distance, we are very happy that 600 megahertz has been, mentioned to TRAI to evaluate, because that is where you'll get the coverage part. The capacity is in the beyond 6 gigahertz, right? And unfortunately, the 26 gigahertz or FR2 is not taken up. But the mid-band, of which, the 6 gigahertz is there, is obviously going to be a very important aspect in terms of service delivery, digital services delivery, whether, Wi-Fi or IMT. Because this is where, the digital twins, industrial automation, etc., is going to happen. Now, future-proofing obviously is critical. Revati madam did allude to it. You take a decision today on delicensing. That's an irreversible decision. I think it's been mentioned a couple of times. So any delicensing has to be done with great deliberation. Because once the delicense, then, the whole environment around it gets developed. And in India particularly, because there's a mention of, okay, what should India look at? The delivery of digital and data is via the IMT network. Here, sitting in Delhi, because it's an urbanized environment, you have the luxury of Wi-Fi in buildings. But what Alawaji alluded to, the fiber. Because the Wi-Fi access point is heavily dependent on a fiber backbone. You're talking of consuming, so many throughput with the mention of so many gigabits, or, on your Wi-Fi 7, Wi-Fi 6. But the point is, in Alawaji's slide, is where is the fiber to take it back? Because the content is sitting somewhere in the cloud or in a content delivery network. You want to consume it here, now the entire pipeline has to be, of that kind. So for us particularly, IMT capacities, whether it's in 5G and further going on 5G advanced and 6G. So the IMT networks, along with what we've got, the fixed wireless access, right, as air fiber. So the potential of that dovetailed with the Wi-Fi is something that futuristically we'll have to look at. And any spectrum decision, obviously the 30 year, our licenses are 20 years, so any spectrum decision would be about at that time, right? And with that, the couple of action items I think one can suggest for consideration. One is, of course, there was a mention of awareness, Paramdeep mentioned. Yes, operators should try and have more, offerings of bundled Wi-Fi. That brings me to a case of why is it, in some countries you have service plan is bundled with a handset. Is there a case for bundling a CPE with the tariff plan? Right? I think some countries, maybe Singapore has done that. But another point is about, there's a thing which has been pending with the government for a while. It was there in the NDCP 18, the digital rating index of states, digital connectivity rating index of states, because a lot of this is dependent on right-of-way permissions for the fiber to be laid to come to the access. Now, that has been pending for a while. Maybe if, let's say, DOT doesn't want, maybe TRAI can consider doing that. Because what that helps is, while a very good action has been taken by publishing the right-of-way rule, but the adoption by the states and the municipal bodies is still a lot of gap to be covered. A good development that's happened is TRAI has come out with a digital connectivity rating index of buildings. Because if the buildings is where the digital service inside the building has to be consumed, now I have to get the fiber. I no longer call it fiber to the home. You actually need fiber to the room. If you have an apartment, every room, like you have this light connection or a tap in every bathroom, you need fiber to the room, no longer fiber to the home, because that's a bit of a challenge. So with that, one more last immediate thing that seems to have happened and which is going to hit all of us. Let's say TPs are going to become more costly because of the global scenario about, all the money is going to the AI or AI chips. So all the components are getting more and more expensive. So the affordability part of CPEs, whether it gets bundled or how, but this is an area of concern because the cost of components is going up, cost of memory is going up. Thank you very much. And with that, back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Vikramji. That was very interesting. In fact, you've taken us through a very interesting journey of mobile telephony. Now, look, one key takeaway is, which is very interesting, see, the mobile telephony growth is exponential, right? But it's very tightly coupled with the computing, the growth in computing. And so we are seeing rapid progress in architectures, right? I mean, my friends in NVIDIA and other companies, AMD and MediaTek, and we are partners to these companies. There's so much growth in computing enabled. So Wi-Fi is really an enabler, right? So there's so much tight coupling between that enabler technology like Wi-Fi, compute power, which come on the testbed that we have, and applications, that this very interesting loop will, I guess, only become more and more complex with time. A quick, on a lighter note, when my driver tells me, sir, aapka phone itna sasta kyun? I bought a phone of 30,000 rupees. I have no answer. Because I said, look, why will I spend $1 lakh on this stupid device? I mean, sorry, pardon my words. This will be obsolete in 1 year, right? Why will I spend 1 lakh in this device? It will be obsolete in no time. And I think very interesting thought that you shared, and ending with the future spectrum regulations. Well, AFC is going to be there. I think it's an important component, ingredient that I guess we'll see a lot of automation going forward. And I'm very clear and confident that the AI, ML, DL, Gen AI will play a key role in this sector as we are seeing. But today, just the beginning now. Thank you so much. I'm now going to request Shri Jaideep Ghosh, who again is very accomplished, very senior and experienced panel member. He's a group president, fine hand. Jaideep Ghosh is also a management consultant member, Harvard Business Review Advisory Council. Jaideep ji was in KPMG for a long time, 15 years. And so we'd love to hear Jaideep Ghosh's thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, session chairman, co-speakers, and ladies and gentlemen. We've heard, I'll keep it short, several similar, talks and presentations since morning. I'll focus more on the subject of the session on global, some examples, but mostly from a business, commerce, and the economic impact perspective, not so much from the spectrum map, which has been covered by several speakers already. So firstly, I mean, to echo Vikram's point, I mean, tremendous work done in last 30 years by the Indian telecom ecosystem, from the first call in the era of Minister Sukram to, 3G, 4G, 5G, and hopefully 6G the next 4 to 5 years. And the data consumption of our over in India is also more than 30 GB per month per device, which is, as was mentioned, more than 10 GB higher than the second position holder, which is US. So tremendous work done. Having said that, though, significant for larger part of the mobile data consumption, including 5G data, is actually consumed indoors, which means our houses, homes, offices, stadium in a specific time, hospitals, education institutions, so on and so forth. And not so much on the highways, roads, and definitely not below the cell tower on the road. So that's the reality. So and some reports say that about 80% of India's mobile data is consumed by people when they are indoors, inside their homes and offices by and large. If that is the reality, and that's what the telecom operators network data shows, then India's broadband infrastructure puzzle, the solution is not so much to provide higher coverage at capacity in the outside and the outdoors, but to see how the indoor problem can be solved. And the answer is the theme of today's conference, the entire 6 gigahertz band. Already, as we all know, nothing to repeat, the lower band 500 megahertz has been delicensed already. The question is on the higher upper band of the 700 megahertz, which has been debated, discussed since the morning. And I'll cover 2 points only here, and I'll try to do it fast. One is there is a sense of debate of the entire issue of this, how this band needs to be treated, is kind of framed in a way which I think is wrong. Often it is a little bit of that glimpse we saw in the morning session where Bhatia ji was the chairperson of the session. It's framed as, it's Wi-Fi versus 5G. It is IMT versus Wi-Fi. It is licensed versus delicensed. It's telecom operators versus tech companies. It's industry body A versus industry body B, and so on and so forth. That positioning is there in most people's mind. We saw a little bit of that in the morning discussions, but that to me is completely wrong, because if, speaking in layman terms, if 5G or in the future 6G, if that is the digital expressway or the highway, then Wi-Fi is the last mile, the roads and the lanes and till our homes and offices. That's all. So these are completely complementary services, and one cannot really, if you look at from the customer's perspective, one cannot live without the other one. So that's how it is. The customers are finally bothered, as was mentioned, by the quality of service. If his or her purpose is being met, whether it is getting done by 5G, 6G, Wi-Fi, he or she is not that much bothered, but both are needed. So it's not a question of either or, it's a question of also and. So that's the first point I wanted to make. So this debate is completely, irrelevant in terms of we versus they kind of thing. If we leave that aside for a while, now question is what the other point from a commercial perspective, and this, as I have seen, it comes from mostly the we versus the syndrome, is the spectrum auction. This has not been discussed in today's forum since the morning. Spectrum that unlicensed means, it's free, and otherwise it needs to be auctioned, so that government will receive some one-time big amount of money. Now, spectrum auctions, and some of us, including some of my co-speakers and me, we have been involved in spectrum auctions from day one. Spectrum auctions are not cheap in India, to put it very mildly. The base price is generally much higher than global competitors, but that's a separate point, not topic of today's discussion. So if the 700 megahertz band, which is not yet decided, if that's auctioned, Vikram will be able to tell better than me, but I would think anywhere between $8 to $10 billion it will go for. Just to remind, in 2022 5G spectrum auction, the Indian operators bid more than 1.5 lakh crore. I think 1.56 lakh crore was bid for the spectrum auction, the 5G spectrum in 2022. But spectrum auctions, ladies and gentlemen, is a one-time thing. Not that the money is being paid one time. Nobody is writing a check of 1.5 lakh crore and giving it to the Ministry of Telecom. it's paid over a period of time. But auctions are one-time thing. Happens once a year or once in 2 years. The other way to look at it, and I'm surprised the gentleman from Wi-Fi Alliance in his presentation did not mention this, because Wi-Fi Alliance itself has done a fair bit of studies on the impact of Wi-Fi if this entire band is given to delicensed, for Wi-Fi. And so if I take, about 10 billion maximum would come from a spectrum auction, if this is given on a licensed mode. Then the question is, what benefit is there if it is delicensed? The benefit is not so much of one-time fees to the Government of India, Ministry of Telecommunications, but the benefit is more towards for the entire economy. The study, one of the studies done by the Wi-Fi Alliance, along with its own partner organizations in Dynamic Spectrum Alliance or some such organization, has shown that if this entire band is allocated delicensed for Wi-Fi, then the cumulative economic output added to India's economy between 2024 to 2034 will be $4.03 trillion US, trillion with a T, which is not really, which is actually doubling India's economy. But currently we are also in that 4 trillion range. And if having this adds 4 trillion over 10 years, that's a significant thing. I would, for somebody, some skeptics and some others may say, okay, this data is biased because it is done by Wi-Fi Alliance. It is not done by any independent agency. And I'll give that to them, that, yeah, maybe this is biased with a purpose. So I give a 50% discount on 50% cut on that number. Still, it becomes 2 trillion. To make those people happy, I'll give further 50% cut. Still, it's $1 trillion US, not $10 billion, which will go for a spectrum auction one-time fee. So there seems to be merit in, having greater usage of this band for Wi-Fi purposes, considering the higher indoor use of mobile data, as well as the economic output it may add to the country. But finally, we need to look at it from a country perspective, from benefit to the overall, nation, and not so much for individuals or individual companies or stakeholders of a certain category of ecosystem. So that's was the other point I wanted to make. Having said that, now I do understand European Union and many other countries have still not decided, South Korea on the upper band 700 megahertz, which has been, but there are 34 countries, as the gentleman from Mr. Puri mentioned, the 34 countries who has allocated the entire 6 gigahertz band for Wi-Fi. And US is a prime example. Entire 6 gigahertz is allocated for Wi-Fi, unlicensed or delicensed. On the point on Mr. Bhatia, yeah, standard power is there. AFC is very much there. I thought in the morning the Indian telcos are reluctant to have the full AFC. They had Indian style of AFC, kuch kar lenge, will do a portal and all that. I cannot comment on their views. But if you look at the US model, entire thing delicensed, 6 or 7 AFC service providers are there. And these are not small companies, Qualcomm, ComSource, and this kind of Broadcom, Sony, these kind of players are the service providers are there. So that's one model which, because the session is on global model, we could at least take that as a template. But then we have to also, customize to the Indian requirements, and a better approach or more prudent approach looks like to be, having what was discussed also in the gentleman from Meta's presentation, to have a shared coexistence in the 700 megahertz between IMT and Wi-Fi. And of course, keep the 500 megahertz lower band for Wi-Fi. That should kind of, help the country move forward and reap some of the benefits from the trillions of dollars Wi-Fi Alliance says that will benefit the country, and also reap the benefits of IMT and 6G in the near future. That's what my point was. I came purely from economics perspective, that this debate is not between we versus they and telco versus tech companies and so on and so forth. The issue is more on what will do good for the customer, what will consumer, and what is good for the country. From that perspective, coexistence makes sense, but clearly my personal inclination is more like the US model, the Canada model, the Australia model, and also closer to home, Saudi Arabia and UAE model, in which cases they have all completely allocated the entire 1200 megahertz for Wi-Fi purposes without any option or any such thing. So that's what my preference was. But I think in the Indian context, perhaps an Indian version of AFC is what seems to be preferred. That may work. We'll see. So that's what I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Shri Jaideep Ghosh. Interesting. In fact, the key takeaway from Jaideep, your presentation is that, let's not worry about the competition. Let's look at the coexistence between the two worlds, the IMT world, the Wi-Fi world. I agree. I think there's a lot of merit there. Keep the Indian context in mind, because it's the coexistence which will really reap benefits going forward. How you do that is why we are all here, right? It is a technology aspect, the regulatory aspect, the standardization. So I think that's why we are all here. But very interesting thoughts. I liked your point on spectrum, the auction, which was not discussed here in the morning, but that's another very, very deep topic. We did hear about some talks in spectrum in the last few, right, IFI workshop. But thanks again. I think it's only appropriate if we give a few minutes or maybe 5 to 7 minutes to the audience. So at this point of time, we're going to throw the floor open to the audience. Please ask questions. I'm sure the panelists will be very happy to take any questions. So over to the audience.
Hello. Hello. So my name is Avdesh, and this session was regarding to this global practices and localization of the global practices of implementation. So we see that from 4G onwards, so the implementation practices of all these backhaul, as Sir Alawa told that, everything is depend upon the last mile optical fiber IF. It would be the public Wi-Fi or any kind of nodes for network coverage. So we see not only for the tier 2 cities, tier 1 cities, and now even all the smart cities also, the complete infrastructure of optical fiber is hanging on the poles. And they are totally on the state. It is, ruining the beautification of the city. From the municipal corporation poles, everything is hanging, and even in the Delhi. And I will frankly say that, in the latest made bridge, even in the Delhi, the optical fibers are hanging along with these bridges. Even for backhaul. So even for highway, there is a policy that, all these LV cables will be laid sidewise to the highway. But even in the urban part of the city, every fiber is hanging on the road, bridges alongside, and it is very on the risk. So, how will we cope up with this kind of policy settlement for the global practices, that when we will, ensure the global practices for infrastructure backhaul? Thank you.
So thank you very much. It's a concern of ours as well. It's not that, the point is that who gives the permission? One second. I'm answering, so you don't worry. I'm aware of who gives the permission. So laying of optical fiber or any physical infrastructure, yes, the municipal corporations should, ideally, there is a thing called utility duct, because it is not just telecom, but your water pipelines, your electricity pipelines, your gas pipelines. So there's the concept of a utility duct. So some so-called smart city, because I have a big question of a smart city. Who decides how smart is smart and what is smart?
Correct. There is no standard of smart city.
Wonderful. So, like, we don't have a standard power definition. We don't have a definition of a smart city. But one answer is that utility ducts. We are trying to get that in the industrial corridors. So National Highway Authority of India has actually set up a company. Now, as part of the ROW rules that DOT came out with, they said that the return of investment on the entity which lays these ducts should be over 25 years. Now, problem is they want to recover it within 5 years. वो महंगा हो जाता है. तो फिर उसमें कोई डालता नहीं. And besides, one is a greenfield city or a new thing. So if you're building Jewar Airport, that airport should be completely plug and play ready. Okay, or any of these metro lines or any new. Yeah, we had a challenge even with ये क्या बना है दिल्ली में अभी Central Vista, Parliament building. With TRAI, we had a big discussion how it should be plug and play 5G ready. नहीं तो आपके घर के अंदर भी the digital connectivity rating index that TRAI is empaneled about 7 companies. If you're buying an apartment, उसमें पानी की आपकी पाइप लगी हुई है, बिजली की लगी हुई है. Now fiber to the room होना चाहिए as part of your architectural plan approval, so that any company coming in your basement, जैसे बिजली का कनेक्शन एक जगह लगा दिया वो आपके पूरे अपार्टमेंट में आ गया, वैसे ही फाइबर के लिए ये जरूरी है. So that is the way to solve the problem. The other problem in cities like where there is a road reconstruction, metro rebuilding, पहले जो तार नीचे बिछाई हुई थी उन्होंने सड़क खोद के एक्सपेंड कर दी, हमारे को तार बाहर लगानी पड़ी. So there are multiple on ground issues that we have.
Sir, my question like that you talked
We
about.
can discuss it one to one.
Let's, can we take this off, after this, because we'll give chance to other. Yeah, Kishore ji.
Very quick and short question. So I understand this 500 megahertz band, the lower 6 gigahertz has been de-licensed. I have hearing two views, de-licensed or only for Wi-Fi. If it is de-licensed, is it only for Wi-Fi or any other technology? And if any other technology, what other technologies have been used anywhere or can be used?
Thank you very much for this question. Government of India is normally technology neutral. It is not about the only Wi-Fi. You can use any technology in that, but you have to respect the power, what it has been mentioned in the gazetted notification. And the spectrum also, like in sideband, how much will be the power, and in band, how much will be the power. Everything has been defined. You follow that one, get the equipment type approval, and use your equipment.
Thank you. And any particular other technology use case globally, if you know, any other technology beyond Wi-Fi which has been used in this band globally anywhere, just in case?
Just a follow-up.
Yeah, sure.
Is that something called 4G spectrum or 5G spectrum?
I don't know.
नहीं मैं आपसे पूछ रहा हूँ, है ऐसा कोई कि spectrum is 4G spectrum?
कोई और
मीडिया भी ना very often they will project the 5G spectrum option.
I understand. I'm just trying to understand from my own technical perspective. I have no other ambition for that matter.
If you follow the power limit in this, you can invent your technology. You can get any technology as long as you follow those power and interference management techniques.
Sure.
That's my understanding.
Fair enough. Thanks.
Just to add again to what Vikram is saying, that it's an unlicensed band. It's not a Wi-Fi band. But the issue is, in the unlicensed band, Wi-Fi is the prominent communication technology. There are other communication technologies like LoRaWAN, like CBRS, but they work on a different spectrum. That's the issue. So, but for that, the government allots a separate issue, and okay, that there is some kind of an auction for CBRS, some for LoRaWAN, but Wi-Fi is universally agreed upon that it will be a free license, unlicensed free. All across the globe, this is a world standard by ITU everywhere. Thank you.
किशोर जी, इसमें जो गवर्नमेंट ने लिखा है वो है ISM बैंड. ISM is industrial, scientific, medical. Or another thing government have mentioned is any low power, low cost indigenous technology. That is also permitted. So anything you can develop yourself as long as it is indigenous and consuming low power. Thank you.
So thank you. I think this is a good time to wind up. If there are any other questions, I think all of us are around, the panel members are here for some time. One, where is any other? Okay, then can you please quickly?
Thank you, sir. My
Okay.
name is Vajpayee from ITU-APT Foundation. My reference, Jadip sir, this data what you have quoted, sir, this is almost similar to this Rekha Jain study, what is available on internet, economic value of free Wi-Fi. Is it same, sir, or it is different, sir? Thank you.
Thanks for telling this to me. I wish I knew this yesterday when I was preparing. No, I was quoting Wi-Fi Alliance and Digital Spectrum Alliance study, which was done in 2024, two couple of years ago. But thanks for letting us know. I think at least I will go and check out Rekha Jainji's study. Yeah, the numbers are similar probably, but basically it says that there's tremendous economic value added by using this band for Wi-Fi. That's what the summary is. That's why I kind of brought that number from 4 trillion to 1 trillion, which itself is a dollar, which also is a large number for India, because India's total GDP, nominal GDP itself is 4 trillion plus minus, if we have to go by the government figures. Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's at this point of time thank all the panel members over here, Shri Paramjit Singh Puri ji, Shri MPS Alawa, Dr. S. Gupta, Shri Jaideep Ghosh, and Shri Vikram Tewatia. I think there was very interesting panel because we had very diverse thoughts, very insightful. I'm sure there are a lot of key takeaways from this panel. One key takeaway that I would like to summarize as one of the chairs of the section is that I think two key takeaways. One is that there is a lot of technical challenges that remain. In fact, Dr. Gupta, you and all of you mentioned that in your talk. So there are a lot of technical challenges. There's no clear answer right now. We do know that we would like convergence. We would like coexistence between the two worlds. They're not that different, right? Wireless world of Wi-Fi and IMT. But I think the technical challenges keep us very busy. Will keep all of us very busy. Also, the areas of, there are a lot of other areas that we need to look at in future going forward. This whole convergence of computing and communications is now become all the more important, right? So I don't know what's going to happen years down the line, but I think we're going to see Wi-Fi play a very, very big role. I'm amazed we're talking about Wi-Fi 9 now. So that's where we are. But thanks again to all my eminent colleagues over here.
Thank you very much, sir. With this, we come to the end of this last insightful session. Please join me in thanking our incredible panel for sharing their expertise with all of us. And I request our session chair, Professor Shore, to kindly present a memento as a token of appreciation and gratitude to all our panelists, starting with Shri Paramjit Singh Puri. Thank you very much, sir. Can we have a huge hand, ladies and gentlemen? We thank Shri MPS Alawa. Thank you very much, sir. We thank Dr. Satya N. Gupta. We thank Shri Jaideep Ghosh. We thank Shri Vikram Tewatia. Thank you, sir. And I request Bharat sir to please join us on stage and present a memento to our session chair, Professor Rajiv Shore. Thank you very much, sir, for conducting this session so beautifully. I request our panelists to kindly pose for a group picture. Thank you very much. I request Mr. Bhatia to kindly conclude the conference with a vote of thanks. Sure.
So thanks for a wonderful day. We had, I think, wonderful sessions. And we are now going to compile these recommendations from this workshop and submit those to the government. Any suggestions for those recommendations are welcome. Our plan is to do that within the next 10 days. So please feel free to send me anything that you would like to be included. And do remember that our next major event, which is a much bigger event, is a two-day event on satellite communication policy on 22nd and 23rd of July. That will be at in Delhi only. So do kindly register on our website for that. Thank you very much. Look forward to meeting you later. I think the tea is open. Thank you.
We request everyone to kindly proceed for tea, coffee. Thank you very much.